Part 47. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 461. Moon Phases, Glaciers. The moonlight is like water, pouring over the ice field, crystal clear. From a distance, the sky and the earth are the same color, and from a close distance, the blue and white are progressive, like a layer of veil flowing, so beautiful that it is breathtaking. Givenchy's Life Force Field. The Life Force Field is the signature of the legendary wizard, and it is also the embodiment of his lifelong learning. Drag the void projection, and then fill it with the knowledge he has mastered, become a god in the falsehood, and then do whatever he wants. In a sense, it is also a basement. The camera zooms in, and the two saints are suspended in the air by ice chains. One end of the chain sinks into the void, and the other end binds the saint's wrists, lifting the 2 feet off the ground. In the VIP seat 2 meters away, Wayne sits on the ice-high back chair, supporting his chin with one hand and looking straight ahead. Hiss. Givenchy removed the equipment from the two saints in the name of removing magic equipment. She was a typical bad woman, and she was loyal. She knew what Faith wanted to see, and she stripped the two saints naked in no time. If Wayne hadn't stopped her. That's enough, don't go too far. With Wayne's obstruction, the two saints were able to keep their white shirts and tight shorts. To his surprise, Coat still had a weighted bra wrapped around her body, and she was a strong man with a deep blue. Givenchy wanted to remove it, but was also stopped by Wayne. Leave a line for others so that we can meet again in the future. It's all misunderstandings. We will still be friends later, so we can't do things too extreme. Wayne disdains to take advantage of others' misfortunes, and throws the marker to Givenchy, letting him play freely. In the education the latter received, the marker has no other use except writing. With Wayne's prompt, she learned the essence without a teacher and quickly mastered it. With 4 long legs as the canvas, she exerted her subjective initiative and wrote a script that strives for perfection. In an instant, the two saints were full of stories. A story about Krypton gold, 8 million warriors came in and out. After completing the masterpiece of rubbing the edge, Givenchy put away the marker, moved to Wayne's side with a fragrant breeze, and carefully tried to see if he could continue to rub the whip. Failed, and was driven behind by Wayne, standing like a bodyguard. What grade, is this the seat you can sit in? Givenchy is beautiful, but Wayne has no feeling for her. Maybe it's aesthetic fatigue from driving too many luxury cars, or maybe it's the guilt of not wanting to disappoint the wings. In short, he is no longer the honest scumbag who is passive everywhere. Spiritual realm add 1, the little red flower on the chest is much brighter. Wayne silently gave himself a thumbs up, a small black room plus 3 big beauties. Not everyone can know how to stop losses in time like him. A wisp of his thoughts spread out, hitting Gilun and Kota hard, awakening the two saints from their coma. Kota whimpered, her head buzzing, she felt dizzy and everything she saw was a double image. She shook her head, focused her sight, and merged the shaking double images in front of her into one, and saw the devil sitting on the frost throne with a meaningful smile. And the devil's minion Givenchy. After being defeated and captured, Kota still refused to accept it. There was a problem with the magic she performed today. The borrowed divine power was limited, which was much worse than usual. In addition, her teammates kept dragging her down, which led to her miserable defeat. If you have the guts, put me down. I will definitely win if we fight again. That's right. During the more than 10 days you were unconscious, I fought with you many times, and you won every time. Wayne supported his chin with one hand and agreed. More than 10 days? Fight many times? Why don't I know? Coat was so surprised that she subconsciously looked at Gilun next to her, wanting to ask her what she thought. She was stunned when she saw it. Gilun was full of stories. She had lost her purity and could no longer serve as a saint. The worst thing was that she lost her purity during her tenure as a saint, which brought shame to the goddess and committed a great sin of blasphemy. Even if she managed to escape from the devil's cave, she would have to die to apologize afterwards. Code was so distressed that her eyes were red. She looked at Gilun, who was full of stories, and then thought about herself who was unharmed. She cried out, "Gilun, you sacrificed yourself to save me, I'm sorry, I always thought you were a bad woman. Gilun. Look at yourself before you speak, don't show off your IQ here, the devil is almost laughing to death." After Gilun woke up, she found Kote, who was full of stories. Her first thought was exactly the same. The idiot sacrificed himself to protect her and became the devil's plaything. It was not until Kote said those words in grief and anger that she realized that she was also full of stories. She did not look down to see what the specific stories were. A gust of cold wind blew, and the two saints shivered. Kote looked down at the two long legs, her face changed drastically, and she cursed the devil. She had a lot of words and was very tough. She was the most manly saint Wayne had ever seen. Of the 5 current saints, Wayne had met 4. Anastasia was a moral model and the white moonlight in Wayne's mind. Kote was generous, straightforward, and unpretentious. Gilun was a little pretentious. Although Wayne had little contact with her, he could see that the saint was quite scheming. Dusa was too immature, and the novice Ziobi was working hard to upgrade and was quite self-aware. There was no news about the saint of the Church of Death, so I would not comment on these two. After cursing for a while, Kote stopped wasting her saliva in vain and found that there was nothing wrong with her body, only the emptiness and fatigue after the battle, and nothing bad had happened. No way. For a saint, having her pants taken off is the same as losing her purity. Unless you kill someone first to silence them, and then ask the goddess for instructions, and confirm that the goddess doesn't mind, then this problem can be put to rest. Kote bit her lower lip and did as she was told, planning how to save herself and then fight back. The result was not very good, because the first step of the plan was stuck because it could not be defeated. Seeing Kote lowering his head and saying nothing, Gilun closed his eyes and was speechless. Wayne nodded and said, "To be honest, I am the familiar of the Lord of Lust. My real name is Bruce, the Lust Demon. I am known as the Little Lord of Lust in Hell. Any beauty that falls into my hands will be eaten away. I didn't do anything to you two before. It's not that I regretted it and wanted to be a good devil, but it's not interesting if you two are unconscious. Now that you're awake, let's start now." Wayne stood up, raised his hand to the waistband of his pants, and wanted to show his face. "What are you doing? I'm warning you before it's too late, otherwise the goddess will not let you go," Kote warned sternly. "How fresh, what else can I do besides you?" Wayne sneered and did not rush to unfasten his belt. He pointed at Gilun and said, "Learn from others and say nothing in critical moments. How different from you. When you open your mouth, it is a warning. The resistance is so fierce. Today, it has to be you." When Kote heard this, her face changed drastically, and she glared at Gilun, who was betraying her teammates. She knew that she was a bad woman. "Calm down, this is the devil's trick to play with people's hearts. He is inciting us to kill each other. Don't be led away," Gilun said coldly. "What a sensible woman, I suddenly started to like you, so let's start with you first." Wayne walked towards Gilun cheerfully. Gilun's body stagnated, not sure whether what the devil said was true or not. In case the plot about him became reality, he said, "I've let you down. I will neither struggle nor resist. You can't get anything from me, the joy of conquest. It makes sense, I'd better choose her." Wayne turned around and walked towards Kote. "Asshole! Asshole!" Kote scolded Gilun for betraying his teammates, and said hurriedly, "You are still a devil, why do you believe whatever she says? I swear, she just looks calm, but in fact she is more scared than anyone else. If you don't believe it, try it. She will definitely. She is the kind of woman who would rather die than surrender. So interesting. Wayne secretly thought it was interesting, barely keeping his mouth shut, and sneered, maybe, but she is very good at pretending, and there is no passion at all at first glance. You are different. You are very fiery in both body and personality. We both have a very strong personality. They have a strong affinity with the fire element, so they will definitely get along well when combined. While he was talking, Wayne had already walked up to Code, raised his hand and pressed his waistband, wanting to tell her a bedtime story. That kind of story has a single scene, monotonous content, and repetitive actions and lines. Because it is boring, it makes people drowsy and is very helpful for sleeping. Code's face turned black with fright. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she could faintly hear Gilun breathing a sigh of relief, as if he was happy to have escaped. She scolded her teammates for selling out while trying to figure out how to save herself. The body is faster than the brain, and before he can think of a solution, the body finds that Wayne's standing distance is very suitable for a headshot with a scissor kick. He exerts force on his arms and waist at the same time, and thrusts his two long legs straight out, trying to clamp Wayne's neck. It pinches off. Two strong and tight long legs attacked. Wayne struggled a little and turned sideways to dodge. He patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "It was so dangerous, I almost got a headshot." Code failed to hit the target and glared at the devil with murderous eyes, indicating that she was extremely fierce. "GGG, you are so weak, but you look so cute when you are angry." Wayne smiled heartily, raised his hand to catch the side kick, clasped his ankle and raised it high above his head. The insecure posture made Code almost crazy. Wayne said kindly, as a friendly reminder, "I am a severe misozoophile. If you had it in your crotch at this time, I would definitely not dare to do anything to you." Code's eyes widened, as if thinking about the possibility of Tony bringing water. "Code, don't believe in the devil. He is humiliating you. If you believe it, you will be fooled," Gilun reminded hurriedly. Tisk, tisk, look at your companion. She knows she can't pull her out. She's afraid that if you pull her out, I'll go find her. What a humble friendship. Even a devil like me calls her a devil after seeing it," Wayne said loudly. "He can always stir up trouble. Code, this is the whisper of the devil, close your ears." "Shut up, you're not a good person either." The two saints quarreled on the spot, with Wayne moving left and right, raising his leg on one side and then on the other, tossing both of them to the point of physical and mental exhaustion. When they got tired of scolding, Wayne had enough fun, clapped his hands and sat back on the high-backed chair, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, asking Givenchy to put them down. The ice chain broke, and Gilun and Code both fell to the ground. The former lowered his clothes to try to cover his thighs, while the latter glared at Wayne and said in a deep voice, "What on earth do you want to do, to make us your puppets? Is it possible? You're dreaming. Then it's over. You do it knowing you can't do it? This may be villainous, but it's not devilish at all." Wayne held his chin with one hand and said with a smile, "I got what I wanted." The scene of two people being humble to each other was very loving. "I'm very satisfied." Wayne felt there was love, but the two saints felt it was intrusive, so they were very embarrassed. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, shaping two black robes in his mind, folding them squarely and placing them squarely in front of the two of them. "Put them on, show off your thighs and show off your coquettishness when we first met. This is how you look at a saint." I watched it for half an hour, I really can't stand it anymore. Code was furious and pointed a sword at Wayne. "We are saints of the church, and we will not accept any charity from the devil, let alone this kind of hypocritical charity. If you want to kill him, kill him. I will never give in." "That's good, but you seem to be the only one who thinks so." Wayne tilted his head and smiled. Ko didn't know why, so she turned around and saw Gi-lun covering his body with a black robe, and then he woke up. Traitor, you have shamed the moonlight goddess. You are the one who has shamed the sun goddess. Put your clothes on quickly, your butt is almost exposed, Gi-lun said with a dark face. Ko's face turned red, she pressed her clothes, looked down at the black robe, and then at Wayne, who looked kind-hearted. After struggling for a while, she gritted her teeth and insisted, even if I'm naked, I won't do it except the devil's charity. If I bring shame to the goddess, I will apologize to her and proudly tell her that I did not take a step back from the devil. Gi-lun's face turned pale after being scolded, and he snorted, congratulations, the devil will realize your wish soon. It's you who is right. The robe you are wearing was shaped by the devil's thinking, and he can take it away at any time. Kothi was dissatisfied and started to argue with Gi-lun. The two had some sort of personal grudge, which reminded Wayne of Senna and Anastasia. Seeing them arguing, he forcibly intervened, a pure passerby, impartial, to be fair, I will not take away the black robe, you can wear it with confidence. Gi-lun narrowed his eyes slightly, bowed with a smile and thanked him. It was obvious that she was already planning something. Ko's temper was still hot, and she wouldn't wear it if she didn't want to. She just held the shirt tightly to prevent the devil from realizing her wish. Wayne raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and Givenchy waved to summon two robes from a distance. One gold and one silver are the magic equipment the two of them just took off. Ko was stunned for a moment, then picked up the golden robe and put it on her body to cover her exposed body. She regained some sense of security and her expression softened a lot. Gi-lun. Looking at the black robe on his body and the silver robe on the ground, he felt that he was not feeling well. This story tells us that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. If you make a plan before you understand the enemy's tactics, you will only be clever but mistaken. Wayne looked at Gi-lun with interest, tilted his head and smiled, so, Your Excellency, Saint of the Moonlight Church, how do you choose, keep wearing clothes shaped by the devil's thinking, or change clothes in front of the devil? Gi-lun silently picked up the silver robe and put it on, covering the black robe. That's right, she doesn't have to take it off at all, just put on another one and that's it. Wayne curled his lips, never expecting that there was a third answer. He shook his head slightly, took off the black robe shaped by his thoughts, and said with a serious face, by now, you two must have realized that I am not a devil, and this is all a misunderstanding. Humph, quibble. Think carefully before you speak. I can lock you up in this wilderness for the rest of your life. If the church asks, I will tell you that the devil has captured you. I guarantee that no one will doubt me. Wayne shrugged, and the story was consistent. Logical truth. The goddess will seek justice for us, Kothi said. She would rather die than surrender. There is no us, only you. Gi-lun silently took a step to the side. Asshole. Traitor. Where is your devotion to the moonlight goddess? Being pious is not seeking death. If the devil says something, you say nothing. From my point of view, you are forcing him to possess your purity. If he doesn't want it, you are still not happy. Gi-lun complained. There is no shame in judging the situation, and there is no shame in being able to bend and stretch. A stubborn person like Ko will only ask for a hammer. Gi-lun smiled at Wayne, I surrender. No matter what information you want, I will tell you the truth. Even if you work as an undercover agent in the Moonlight Church, I will have no complaints. Excellent. Wayne gave a thumbs up, then patted his leg, come and sit down, you will be the devil's woman from now on. Gi-lun's expression remained unchanged and he said, I have the goddess's restriction on me. If I lose my purity, the goddess will sense it immediately. Stop talking nonsense, just tell me whether you want to sit down or not. Of course you can sit down. I am willing to offer my loyalty to you. These small things are insignificant, but I still shoulder the important task of infiltrating the Moonlight Church. Before completing the task, I cannot lose my purity, Gilun said with reason. You're overthinking. I'm a devil who doesn't seek advancement. I'm just greedy for your body and have no intention of sending you back as an undercover agent. Ha ha ha. Because of the law of conservation of smiles, Gilun's disappearing smile was transferred to Coat's face. Looking at Gilun, who was always frustrated, not to mention how happy he was. In Wayne's version of the devil, those who are smart will be tortured, and those who are straightforward will be given preferential treatment. Details such as Salogia, Isabella, and Regina, without any extra cleverness, live a very nourishing life. Why are you still standing there? Come and sit, Wayne said, patting his thigh. Gilun's expression changed several times, but in the end he did not take a step forward. Don't say harsh words if you don't have the guts. Those who do ruthless things are the real ruthless people. I'll give you two a beating today to avoid suffering big losses at the hands of the real devil in the future, Wayne snorted heavily. Gilun was hesitant about the letter and had not revealed his doubts. Coat frowned and said, Who are you and what do you want to do? The chosen knight. You don't even have a magic weapon. Now there is. Wayne secretly said something bad, stretched out his hand into the void, and took out Bayejinian. The moment the silver-white longbow appeared, Gilun's pretty face froze, and she muttered that it was impossible, it must be fake, etc. Kota opened her mouth wide, and Givenchy, who was standing behind the high-back chair, was also in a state of confusion. Wayne didn't waste any words, waved his hand, and Bayezhenyan floated in front of Gilun, letting her check it herself. Gilun touched it with her palm, and although she didn't get a response from the divine power, the holy and majestic breath came to her face. Just a brief touch restored her exhausted mind to its heyday. The artifact is genuine, and the devil got Bayezhenyan. Guilun looked aggrieved. Thinking about her own stories, she was beaten and her thighs were exposed. She gritted her teeth and said, Sir Knight, why didn't you take out the White Knight's promise earlier? I said, I'm just the heir. The current knight is Delane. Her priority is higher than mine. She lost the White Knight's promise as a bet. What can I do? Wayne said unhappily, I also said at the time, give me some time. When Delane loses and gets angry, he flips the table and takes back the White Knight's promise. I can prove myself. You don't believe it, what can I do? In short, Guilun's stories are all her own fault. She is wronged, and Wayne is also wronged. I have met Lord Delane. She is not. Yes, she is an iceberg beauty, serious and has no bad habits, right? Yes, right. Gilun was originally convinced, but now he is a little unsure. Judging people by appearance, generalizing, you mistook Delane for a good man, and mistook me for a devil, you deserve your bad luck today, Wayne snorted. Speaking of Delane, he gets angry. In addition to betting on Bayezhenyan all day long, there are also similar things between Guilun and Chris. Delane has seen Chris and Guilun. The two have very similar figures and looks, and their hair color is exactly the same. Delane has never mentioned it. Next time we play cards, I will make her lose all her underwear. Even if I did something wrong, you are a knight chosen by God after all, with a noble status. You should uphold the spirit of chivalry and should not treat the saint like this, so. Gilun gritted her teeth. There are many ways to correct mistakes. Wayne was too extreme. Not only did she not feel grateful, but she also wanted to die with him. Delane played the good guy like a real person, but Wayne didn't act at all. When did the Moonlight Knight become like this? What's wrong with the saint? People below can't see your thighs, but I, the chosen knight, can. If you don't accept it, you can go to the goddess to complain and say that I, Wayne, took off your pants and see if the goddess will give you justice. Wayne raised his eyebrows and urged Gilun to ask the moonlight goddess for an explanation. I will obey the order of the night and tell the truth in front of the goddess, Gilun gritted his teeth. The purity of the saint is of vital importance, and Wayne will report this matter to the goddess without reminding her. Forgive her for being blunt, but the chosen knight cannot do whatever he wants and do whatever he wants. The saint represents the goddess walking in the world, and Wayne is somewhat arrogant. You too, you can go to the goddess to complain about me taking off your pants. Wayne looked at Coat, who was still laughing foolishly, and secretly said that she was heartless. Big breasts don't worry, long legs are happy. Coat is simply a living example. Ah! Coat didn't understand what Wayne was saying. Go tell the sun goddess that I, the sun knight Wayne, took off your pants. Let the goddess make a statement and understand that the saint is worthless in front of the knight. Then she can correct her attitude in the future, so that you won't yell at me every day, Wayne said with disdain. Kota was furious on the spot. The saint might not be as good as the god-chosen knight, but Wayne looked down on her too much. And you are the moonlight knight, and Baya Zhenyan is your witness. Don't mention the sun knight anymore, Kota warned. It's a matter of principle when it comes to faith. She might not be the opponent of the moonlight knight, but for the sake of faith and honor, she can risk her life and splash Wayne's face with blood. Wayne said nothing, waved his hand into the void, and took out the element mantra. It's outrageous. There was none just now. Good news, the element mantra is not a hammer. Bad news, Mr. Mura has also become a pit. Wayne sighed. Once upon a time, the knight of nature, Mura, was a moral role model in his mind. But he turned around and degenerated into Delane. Wayne waved his hand and threw out the word of elements. The white sword spun in the air and stabbed in front of Kota and Gilun with a clang. The two held their breath and concentrated. Givenchy's eyes were wide open, and his head was full of question marks. Why? The knight of nature and the knight of moonlight. Kota's tongue was shaking, and he lost the ability to express himself. He said in a babbling way, "Did you take the wrong one? This is the word of elements. You want to prove that you are the sun. No, why can you take out two artifacts?" A word awakened the dreamer. Gilun looked at the white knight words in front of him and suspected that it was a fake. She was still in the devil's trap. My situation is rather special. I was chosen by the three gods, and I am the only knight chosen by God who is recognized by the three goddesses of the Life Alliance. Wayne said calmly, "This is a secret of the Church. In the human world, only the three knights chosen by God, Mura, Leo, and Elaine, know it. Mr. Leo went to the other world according to the oracle. I cannot summon the Dawn mantra, so I can only use the elemental mantra as a witness." Gulp, X3. Gilun looked at the two artifacts on the left and right, and imagined the scene of Wayne fighting against a strong enemy. With a wave of his hand, three artifacts were arranged in front of him. The two knights of darkness and death joined forces, but he was beaten back step by step. This man has a charm called powerful. It is indeed a bit inappropriate for a moonlight knight to look at the thighs of the saint, but it is okay to look at the three knights of moonlight, sun, and nature together. Gilun was comforting himself, and was shocked to find that this idea was too cheap. He took a deep breath and said, "The three gods are too outrageous. I have never heard of such a case. Kote and I are in the life force field. Our perception is controlled. We can't distinguish the authenticity of the artifact. I can't believe your identity for the time being. No way, we are not controlled, and our perception is." "Shut up." Gilun glared at Kote fiercely. He believed whatever he said. Just like this, Wayne could lie 9 times a night. "Although I know you are being clever, but, forget it, keep it up, I like your rebellious look." Wayne waved his hand, and when Givenchy put away the life force field, the four returned to the Moonlight Church headquarters, and then said, "You think it is not important, and my words do not count. Contact the goddess, only they can prove my identity as the three gods co-election." Seeing Wayne so calm, Guilun basically believed it. Although the three gods co-election was absurd, there was indeed a living example in front of him. "By the way, tell the goddess the truth about my bullying of you, let her express her attitude, so that you can understand the disparity between the saint and the knight." Wayne narrowed his eyes and took this opportunity to test the attitudes of the two goddesses, and said arrogantly, "Don't let me bully you next time, and you will be cold and stern, and not allow me to mess around in the name of the purity of the saint. X2. What are you still standing there for? Call quickly." Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 462. Do you want to have a next time? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Is this what the chosen knight should say? Wayne's arrogant remarks were too shameless, and he didn't take the saint seriously at all. Guilun and Kota were annoyed, and walked into a church, set up a magic circle to contact the goddess, and asked for an oracle to let the Moonlight/Sun Knight apologize for his words and deeds. Wayne followed the two people slowly, and two huge magic circles on the left and right lit up. The two saints were bathed in the light, with beautiful faces and holy temperaments, which was in line with his stereotype of saints. "Wait a minute, the story on their legs seems to have not been wiped off, is it really okay?" Wayne muttered, and waited for Givenchy to move a chair, sit down and close his eyes to sense. His mind was scattered, checking the operation mode of the magic circle and the communication signal between the saint and the goddess. He didn't have the courage to send his mind into the kingdom of God. He was really curious, so he could only use this method to collect some information first. In the hazy state, Wayne felt two pairs of eyes looking at him, and immediately sat up straight, gathered his thoughts and pretended that he was not peeping. The two pairs of eyes stayed on Wayne, as if they noticed each other's existence, and both left, not staying on Wayne for too long. The headquarters of the Sun and Moonlight churches are located in Gris, and they have been neighbors for many years. According to the theory of light and darkness, the enemy of the two goddesses is darkness. But referring to the evolution of the Life Alliance, the Sun and Moonlight have another great enemy on the road of evolution, nature. The mortal enemy of nature is death, and the ally of death is darkness. The five goddesses have set up a bunch of chat groups, and their relationship is not ordinary plastic. After a while, the light of the magic circle faded, and the two saints opened their eyes and looked at each other. Kota had a sad face and red eyes. Guilun gritted his teeth and gave Kota a look. "If you can't speak, don't speak. Let's see how she performs next. The only thing Kota has to do is shut up." Kota nodded repeatedly, promising not to say a word next. The two have known each other for many years, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are childhood sweethearts. Although they are a little plastic, their relationship is much more harmonious than that of Sina and Anastasia. They have a tacit understanding and can communicate freely with their eyes without thinking. After regaining their mood, they turned to look at Wayne at the same time. Kota had a blank expression on her face, and Guilun sneered, "Sir Knight, as you said, you are indeed the Moonlight Knight, but the goddess does not recognize the so-called three gods joint election. You can only be the Moonlight Knight. On my side, the goddess's answer is the Sun Knight, and there is no such thing as the three gods joint election." Kota nodded. "It is understandable. The knight is a private soldier, which means private property. There is no reason to share private property, even if it has been shared, it cannot be said clearly." Wayne nodded and said yes, indicating that he could understand, and then said, "What else did the goddess say? You must have complained." Wayne got a clear answer from Delane about the three gods joint election. The latter once reported the strange things on the frozen continent to the Moonlight goddess. Faced with the thief who stole the divine power without the consent of the master, The moonlight goddess readily recognized his identity. She did not directly recruit him, but chose to keep her troops in place. Delane said, and Mura and Leo also reported truthfully. The three goddesses of nature, sun, and moonlight had the same approach, and all chose to wait and see. On the side of the dark goddess, Wayne did not avoid Anastasia, which led to the dark goddess getting accurate information about the five gods' co-election, and personally went out to poll people. Anastasia could not withstand the pollution of Baimo's thinking. In addition to Wayne's impure thoughts about Baiyu Egwang, the dark goddess's instigation was also indispensable. Rounding off, the dark goddess should take full responsibility. Anastasia is a victim, and so is Wayne. The dark goddess sent out the saints and knights while pulling hatred, forcibly creating a conflict with the devourer Sosna. Wayne has not yet understood the deep meaning behind the operation, but only knows that the women have no good intentions. Today, I will borrow the two saints to test the thoughts of the two goddesses of the sun and moonlight, so as not to be confused and unprepared. If I can find out the depth, wander among the goddesses, and become a slave of 5 families, it would be the best. If not, I will pretend to be submissive and wait for 30 years to go west of the Tame River, and do what a real man should do. A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? Wayne smiled and looked at the two saints, waiting for good news. Just looking at their expressions, Gilun sneered repeatedly, and Kota avoided his eyes, and he probably had a bottom line in his heart. Wonderful. Darkness, sun, moonlight, these three can be dealt with. Guilun sneered, the goddess is very dissatisfied with your shameless behavior. Although you are a knight, you can't look down on the saint. I am the goddess's incarnation in the world, and the importance of purity is self-evident. That's all. The goddess also said that the knight offended me before, and I made the first mistake. Both of us are responsible. We should take a step back and make peace. But if it happens again, it will be your fault, Guilun said loudly. It's the same for me, the goddess said so too, Kota followed up. So you are the same as me, I am the same, I am sorry. Wayne glared at Kota, who was guilty and lacked confidence. He looked away after a moment. Perhaps he was afraid of being discovered, so he added a cold snort. Wayne probably knew the answer, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. He said slowly, "My lords, I have received the oracle of the goddess. I only want to ask one question, what are the consequences of falsely spreading the oracle?" "No one falsely spreads the oracle," Gilun said calmly. "Really?" Wayne took a few steps forward and came to Gilun. Seeing that he was unmoved, he moved sideways to Kota. Kota's face changed drastically, and she took 2 steps back, lowered her head and trembled slightly. "Stupid, why are you admitting your weakness?" Seeing that his teammates were unable to lead him, Gilun decisively said, "I don't know what oracle code received, but this is the oracle on my side. Sir Knight, you'd better respect the saint. If you want to do something wrong, it will only hurt yourself. Think about your great future. You could be better." Wayne looked at Gilun steadily. When the latter's scalp was numb and he was about to change his face, he put away his smile and said seriously, "Since the oracle is like this, I won't pretend to be a pervert. You two will definitely believe me. I am not close to women and I am a good knight who abides by virtue." "Shameless. Hey, who is talking?" Wayne raised his hand to his ear, pretended to listen, and then said, "It turned out to be Saint Code. Since you said I was talking nonsense, so I'll fulfill your wish and become a shameless evil knight." "That's not what I meant." I. Code shook her head repeatedly and pointed at Gilun and said, "I'm talking about her. She's shameless. Obviously, everyone has the same oracle, but she insists on saying that I'm falsely transmitting the oracle." "Oh, so that's the case. It seems that I misunderstood you." Seeing the two people fighting each other, Wayne's eyes lit up. Saint Gilun, she said that your oracle is the same, but you didn't say that just now. What's going on? Is it the same or different? It should be the same. Gilun wanted to kick Code into Wayne's arms, fearing that Code would drag her down with him. Under pressure, he could only advance and retreat with his pig teammates. Okay, I believe you, you are all saints with devout faith, and you will never spread the oracle falsely. Wayne smiled and patted the shoulders of the two. It doesn't matter if it's false. Leo and Elaine are the chosen knights of the last era, and they are about to enter the kingdom of God to enjoy happiness. My era is coming soon. Whether it is true or not will be known when we ask, don't you think so? X2. Speak up. Yes. Absolutely correct. That's more like it. Wayne turned around with satisfaction, and the two saints followed him anxiously. The goddess oracle was very simple. Whatever Wayne said, they did. After all, the goddess had to have a face, so she didn't go into the topic of purity. The goddess didn't want to embarrass her subordinates, but only hoped that the subordinates would understand in their hearts that they should not ask the goddess for everything and do it themselves. Gilun and Kota were not newbies. They had listened to the oracle for many years, and the goddess kept silent, which was very clear. In addition, the two also asked why the power of the magic was greatly reduced and why it was greatly discounted in battle. The goddess' answer was still simple and clear. The knight and the saint are all their own people. Internal fighting will only benefit outsiders. Today, the knight's magic was discounted, and it will continue to be discounted in the future. But he won't discount it. X2. Wayne knocked them down without taking out the artifact of God's choice. What's wrong with taking out the artifact? The two saints wailed in their hearts and translated the oracle to get the correct answer. The correct answer was too shocking. Code felt a chest pain when she thought about it. She didn't want to face the reality, but she didn't dare to disobey the oracle, so she chose silence. Gilun's brain turned quickly. There are many ways to translate the oracle, and the answers are also very different. The goddess didn't make it clear. She chose the translation method that was beneficial to herself and got the following results. The saint must respect the knight of God's choice. Before the new oracle comes, the saint must obey the knight's orders. If there is a conflict, you can sit down and mediate, and you can't solve the problem with fists. Purity is inevitable. The obvious answer, the goddess doesn't need to answer. Guilun told Wayne the translated oracle, thinking that it was safe. Even if the knight was bold, the goddess had spoken, he would not dare to do anything. However, the pig teammate seemed to be bold, but in fact he was a coward, and he was afraid at the critical moment. Guilun cast away his doubts and thought that Wayne had known the truth. He followed Wayne with lifeless eyes, feeling that the sky had fallen. She had never thought of such an outrageous oracle before, and cast envy on the saints of the three churches of nature, darkness, and death. Oh, the three gods chose together, and the saint of nature was probably also defeated. The circumstances of death were unknown, so there was nothing to envy. She cast an envious look at the saint of the dark church. She would definitely not receive such an outrageous oracle and would remain pure. Wayne led the two saints who were more sad than the death of their hearts, and enjoyed the happiness of the dark goddess. He said that he was not close to women, but the two saints did not believe it. In this case, no explanation, let go of the complex of helping others, and let them live in fear. Le.jpg. You two, I know the correct answer to the oracle and what to do next. Wayne said ambiguously. He heard two wailing sounds and was very satisfied. He continued, I came to Paris this time because the headquarters of the natural church has not been occupied by the devil. You have seen the situation of sun and moonlight. I finally turned Yuri and Givenchy into undercover agents. You two just killed them all and ruined my good deeds. Not only is the undercover agent gone, but he also alerted the devil to the devil. The devil is already cunning and suspicious, but now he is hiding deeper. Where should I find them? Wayne snorted, quite dissatisfied with the two saints' self-assertion. Gilun bowed her head and was scolded, trying to make herself as transparent as possible. She knew Coat and was outspoken, so she would definitely attract Wayne's firepower. Sure enough, Coat said bluntly, "We just arrived in Paris today and noticed the devil's aura, so we immediately launched an investigation. With all due respect, the divisional headquarters of the Church of the Sun is hopeless, and the High Priest Yuri has become a void life. This Givenchy, the High Priest of the Moonlight Church, is also. Sir Knight, we are also worried that the two powers of Hell and Void will have irreparable consequences for Paris, so we decided to purify them. This is not the power of the Void, it is life." X3. The two saints didn't believe it. They were not blind. Neither did Givenchy. She knew what it was. "I was chosen by the three gods. I integrate nature, sun, and moonlight into one. I am the ultimate answer to the Life Alliance. I have the final say. What I say is life," Wayne insisted. "The ultimate answer of the Life Alliance is the universe. The evolutionary route based on the elves is the model. The goddess of nature goes the furthest and is closest to the universe. It is completely different from the void. The ultimate answer to the void is the ancient god. For details, please refer to heaven. You can come wherever you like." But Wayne is right to say that. He has his own understanding of life and believes that the ancient gods are the optimal solution to all evolution, and that the ancient gods are the final answer. The ancient gods are above the universe and are the ultimate in life, the ultimate life. Wayne's words were very different from the education the three received. Givenchy would not refute his beliefs, and Gilun didn't want to stand up, so he didn't speak. Only Coat is still stubborn and insists on arguing with Wayne. Guang. It's a good start once you hear it. Wayne retracted the knife and secretly said it felt good, almost as good as Willie's. Coat has a better figure, is more beautiful, and is stronger, but Wayne still chooses Willie. Without him, Willie came first, and she was the first person to walk into Wayne's detective agency. "What I say is what I say, do you understand?" I understand," Wayne said the same words as the oracle, and Kota's face turned pale. She gave up her struggle and decided to follow the guidance of the oracle, and kept reminding herself that this was the goddess's mission. After lying down, her fear was gone, and the world before Coat's eyes suddenly became clear. She touched her head, looked at Givenchy and said, "Sir Knight, how successful is she as an undercover agent now?" "Just call me Wayne. The knight's statement is too arrogant." Wayne shook his head slightly. "The headquarters of the two major church divisions have been destroyed. It is unlikely that Givenchy will continue to be an undercover agent. There are two plans that can be implemented at the moment." "You said." "Givenchy took the initiative to surrender to the devil. She rejected the kingdom of God and wanted to go to hell to find a future. She has her pursuit and I have no right to interfere, but she put the lives of countless people in the hands of the devil. She is no different from the devil. I am very sad." "Hate her." Wayne said, "The first way is to kill her. The two of you have been exposed. Stay in the open and attract the devil's attention. If the devil comes to investigate, there may be a turning point." Givenchy stood in front of Wayne with a low eyebrow. He heard that Faith wanted to kill him without any complaints. He only felt heartbroken at the word hate. Seeing her being so well behaved, Gilun and Coat felt their scalps go numb, and a chill filled their hearts, fearing that they would be like this. Fortunately, Wayne is not the devil, otherwise they would have just been defeated and the ending would be the same as Givenchy. The second way is for you two to hunt down Givenchy, create some noise, and let the devil show up to save her. Wayne frowned and said, "Both of these methods are too passive, so I choose the third one." Aren't there only two ways? Coate said speechlessly. Guang. Wayne retracted his knife, turned to look at Coate, and stared at her for a long time. Seeing that her face was slightly red, as if she had figured it out, he secretly thought that this was outrageous. Keep struggling. Wayne tried to make amends, pointing to the silent little transparent. Learn from Gilun, if I don't say anything, just say something back. If you don't complete the oracle and she does, it must be because you talk too much. Gilun was so panicked that he glared at Coate and said, why do you have so many questions? If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. After saying that, he smiled sweetly at Wayne. So, what is the third way? The little voice is very sweet. I like you more and more. I promise, you will definitely be able to complete the oracle. Wayne smiled. Gilun. She finally figured it out. Regardless of nonsense or silence, Wayne would give her priority to execute the oracle. The question is, what's wrong with her? Tell me, she can't change it? Wayne really felt close to Gilun because her hair color was so similar to Chris. He was thinking of making a dinner date some other time to introduce them to each other. Maybe they were actually relatives. Chris was an orphan. She had no father or mother since she was a child. She lived on the streets and spent 2 years in a welfare home. She was finally brought back to the Moonlight Church by her adoptive mother because she was greedy for her divine blood. There are a lot of brothers and sisters, fighting openly and secretly, and being cautious in everything. They would rather live in the school dormitory than go back to a home that lacks warmth. It has only been in the past 2 years that things have improved. She met a man who doted on her. In order to let her gain love and keep friendship at the same time, he took her bestie home with him, so that the good sisters shared a quilt and had a happy ending in both love and friendship. Thinking of this, Wayne felt that he really deserved praise. Wayne, what are you laughing at? Coate poked her head out, wanting to laugh too. This saint, the speed at which you give for free is close to the speed of light. Wayne pushed the head that was close to him away and said, the third plan is to stay put. I am a professional undercover agent. I have spies in the Papal States. It is confirmed that an angel has arrived in Paris. They are professional exorcists. Let them take the lead and we can just follow behind to finish the job. They are so professional. Why not just leave it to them? No, it's different this time. Wayne squinted his eyes and the figure of the headless knight flashed before his eyes. According to reliable intelligence, the Devil Alliance is powerful. The Lord of Jealousy among the 7 demon kings has appeared. Angels alone can never be the opponent of the devil. Gilun's expression became serious. Putting aside his bad habits, this man is not only powerful, but also has an outstanding mind. No wonder the goddess. Gilun reanalyzed the oracle and said something that went against his piety. The 3 gods chose Wayne because he was too outstanding. The 3 goddesses did not want the other 2 to get Wayne, so they took a position and announced the ownership. Who will have the last laugh cannot be determined for the time being. Which kingdom of God will he go to in the end will probably be chosen by Wayne himself. Thinking about the key, Gilun probably understood the deep meaning of the oracle. If it is for faith, plus this man is really good, she is not impossible. Let's go, follow me back to the headquarters of the Natural Church. I will send people to find the reincarnated angel. There should be news. Wayne stepped out of the Moonlight Church base and went directly to the sewer. Looking at the loyal Givenchy, he frowned and said, I was originally going to see the results of your undercover work. If you can make up for your mistakes, I will give you a chance to live. Now you have lost your value, how should I deal with you? I am willing to implement the second plan. Givenchy said, although the identities of the 2 saints have not been exposed, the destruction of the 2 churches is a foregone conclusion. The devil will definitely be on guard. I can pass on false information to show that the destruction of the Moonlight Church was caused by the angel. Okay. Wayne nodded. Can you find where the devil is? Probably not. Go to the underground tomb, you may be able to complete the task. If you don't die, I will give you a place for a dependent. Wayne made a promise. I will seize this opportunity and stay by your side forever. Givenchy bowed and retreated, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Code frowned slightly. It doesn't matter whether she is there or not. Letting her go is clearly sending her to her death. I want to kill her, but it's inconvenient to do it directly. It's better to let the devil deal with it. Wayne replied, if she can survive, I will think that she has completed her atonement. When I face her again in the future, I will no longer have the intention to kill her. Code didn't know how to comment, and said, I believe you are not a pervert. She is beautiful, isn't she? You two are also very beautiful, and you can't just beat them up. Wayne plunged into the sewer, thinking and asking, and agreed with Mona to meet at the headquarters of the Natural Church Division. The office of the High Priest. Mona pushed open the door of the office, and the fragrant wind blew in her face. Seeing a room full of women, she rolled her eyes directly. Let's say, we just arrived in Paris last night. Isn't this progress a bit too fast? In her ear, Archangel Hexunio kept chattering, asking Mona to respect the facts, and it was not too late to break up now. It's too late, you are so skilled, and purity has nothing to do with you after the breakup. Mona replied, besides, without him, where can I find another physique that attracts demons? Hexunio was silent, and it seemed to be the same in public and private, emotional and rational. Seeing the room full of beauties, Mona was unhappy, and walked directly behind the desk, leaning against the whip and holding Wayne's neck. Boss, I found a reincarnated angel, who is investigating the situation in Paris, and there are 2 acquaintances around him. Who? Princess Knight and her fiancé. Angel blood. Wayne touched his chin and smiled, good, now I have my eyes on the reincarnated angel. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 463. When evening came, everyone finished their meal and returned to the High Priest's office. To be precise, a group of people gathered around to watch Isabella eat, and then returned to the office after marveling. Isabella's appetite was an eye-opener for them. The most amazing thing was that Isabella didn't seem to be full. High Priest Sanglan didn't look very good. Thinking of the meal supplement and the promise of canceling the account book, his whole head got bigger. Careless. Sanglan didn't expect Isabella to be so good at eating, and regretted that he agreed without investigating. No, if you are just full, Isabella's palm-wide waist will be filled with just a few feeds. Wayne can take care of her 3 meals a day without going to the restaurant. The reason why she eats so much is to satisfy her tongue. Desire. Sang Ian's guess was correct. Isabella's excessive eating and drinking during the Silver Age could be used as an excuse to store magic power. Now that the Golden Mage has repaired her shortcomings, she no longer needs food to replenish her magic power. To put it bluntly, this guy doesn't want magic power or enough food, he's just greedy. It's not a question of whether she's hungry or not. She just wants to eat. She doesn't feel comfortable without putting anything in her mouth. Wayne sat behind his desk, looked at the room full of beauties, then looked at the empty spot on his whip, and decided to make some arrangements. He waved to Mona and left the only VIP seat for her. Mona squinted her eyes and sat on the boss's lap, defeating all the beauties to enjoy her all to herself, not to mention how happy she was. Archangel Hexiuno covered his face and said that he couldn't see. Wake up Mona, he's pushing you. Shut up, it's obviously you who pushed me. Between Wayne and herself, Mona decisively chose Wayne. She didn't have a good look at the pure angel who was both responsible and independent. She waved her hand and made a few animated pictures to make him fall into isolation. Memory short film. In the picture, Heshino claims to be Mona and holds Wayne down, sometimes like this, sometimes like that. This is not the archangel representing purity. It is clearly the Lord of Lust who has gone to heaven to work as an undercover agent. You're so skilled. Mona was unforgiving and scolded Heshino severely. The latter was speechless and his recent daily life was quite depraved. It's so depraved, I'm a little used to it. After Mona took her seat, Wayne decided to say something, clenched his fists and coughed lightly, about the devil. I object, Code raised her hand to speak. What are you against? Wayne looked over with a dark face. If he remembered correctly, Code was the one who interrupted the most. 9 times out of 10, she interrupted. She didn't have a long memory at all. Why can't she sit in the special seat? Code asked seriously, with some anger in her words. She received the oracle, and Wayne also knew the oracle. Since they were traveling in both directions, they should protect each other's loyalty, so as to live up to the goddess's teachings. Wayne being so close to Mona, who smells like holy light, is clearly blasphemy and blasphemous to the goddess. What's wrong? She doesn't sit down, why don't you come and sit down? Hold head high. X2. Seeing Code's confidence, Mona rolled her eyes speechlessly. If I remember correctly, this saint from the Church of the Sun had known Wayne for less than 2 hours, so it was too fast to give him away. Wayne rolled his eyes speechlessly. Seeing Code's serious face, he waved his hand to tell her not to cause trouble. Go and stand next to Gilun, it will be cool there. Code was naturally dissatisfied and tugged on Gilun's sleeve. Why are you dragging me? You are talking. Kothi's eyes widened. Garun also shared the oracle. Everyone had a mission. There was no reason for her to rush ahead alone. It's a shame to say that she doesn't know much about that business, and she hopes Gilun can give her an example. Gilun. Yes, the goddess has given us an oracle, but you are a saint, not a technician. Can you show the dignity that a saint should have? Do you know why he dislikes you? Because you are too proactive and scare people. Also, when people come up, they put the secretary on their laps, just writing no appointment on their faces. The meaning is already very clear. The more proactive you are, the further away they will run away. Wayne admired the farce and secretly thought it was interesting. Looking at the room, not only the troops were strong, but at least it was eye-catching. Putting aside Sanglan and Isabella, the 2 saints and Mona/Hexiuno can be the main players in this battle. Not enough. Wayne patted his butt and explained the plan he had made, and finally said, Mona, the reincarnated angels should not follow up anymore. If they are noticed by them, they will be embarrassed. Boss, are you going to arrange Juno nights? Well, I will ask her to meet tonight. With my relationship with her, she will definitely not refuse me. Wayne was full of confidence in this. Juno was a free-range dependent. Because she was not recognized, she was not aware of her own changes and always thought that she was following the evolutionary sequence of angels. Free-range dependents are also dependents. Juno has an obsessive trust in Wayne. No matter what Wayne says, she will do it. Her fiancée Alyssa complains about her love. Love is obviously impossible. Juno has no interest in Wayne. She also gets married and has children, allowing the Windsor family to once again take charge of the royal family through blood. But in the eyes of outsiders, Juno licked Wayne very hard, like a one-sided love. Wayne, do you have any arrangements with Gilun? Code was full of energy and couldn't take any time off. You and Gilun monitor each other. You are not allowed to leave the Natural Church branch headquarters without my permission, Wayne said. In the Paris magic world, the 4 most powerful churches, the Heavenly Father Church, have undoubtedly become the puppets of the Devil's Alliance. The two saints blew themselves up and cleansed the Sun and Moonlight Divisional Headquarters, leaving only the Church of Nature. Single seedling. It looks extremely eye-catching. If the Devil's Alliance has some obsessive-compulsive disorder, they will not let go of the natural church branch headquarters. If they wait and wait, they may be able to get a clue. There's not much hope, but it's better than sitting around doing nothing. When it comes to the gate of hell, everything needs to be done as quickly as possible. Wayne does as he says and is ready to contact Juno immediately to meet with him and ask for information about the reincarnated angel. He let his secretary Mona out directly. 2 steps later, he found Isabella following him and said speechlessly, "There is no dinner tonight, so there is no point in following you." "No, the scalpel mechanism has a mission." "What mission is related to Hyla cult?" "Yes." Isabella nodded. "There is a maze underground under the Paris Opera House. It has a strange origin and is haunted by ghosts. I am responsible for investigating this matter. The Hunchback of Notre Dame last night and the Phantom of the Opera tonight, this is so romantic." Wayne complained in his heart and asked for the address of the Opera House, planning to meet Juno there and help Isabella hold off the battle. The size of the Phantom in the Opera House is a clue, and Wayne doesn't want to give up any of it. He expects that Mr. Phantom is a senior coder of the Black Logic section. If he solves it, the 4 heavenly kings and the Prime Minister will come to his door. If you follow the clues, you can go straight to the Demon King's palace. Thinking of this, brave Wayne was still a little ready to make a move. Opera. The black car stopped, and a handsome figure hurriedly walked into the opera house from the back door. Touching the barrier, he was keenly aware of the existence of a strange maze underground. It was eerie and cramped, very close to the aura that the reincarnated angel was looking for. "Hyla cult," Juno murmured, wishing good luck to himself. "During the day, I went shopping with the reincarnated angel, looking for clues about the devil's minions, the black philosophy, etc., but found nothing. I went home and took a double bath with my fiancé, and couldn't sleep on the bed with my fragrant fiancé in my arms. I don't know what happened, and my chest feels tight. After finally falling asleep, I was awakened by a strange dream, and followed the scene in the dream to the opera house. Seeing the clues that she couldn't find after searching for a whole day, Juno realized that it was blood, the blood of angels that led her to this place. The time to make great achievements is now. If you complete your mission, you will be sure to go to heaven. Hey, aren't you that person? Why are you here?" A familiar voice came from behind. Juno was stunned when he heard it. He turned around and saw Wayne and Mona, who was well dressed, with long hair, a quiet smile, and an elegant demeanor. Juno's eyes lit up and she walked over in small steps. "Secretary Mona, I didn't expect to meet you in the romantic city. This must be fate's arrangement, is it my imagination? You are more beautiful." Mona smiled slightly, without even hesitating. Wayne raised his hand and waved in front of Juno, and said angrily, "Look here, I want to ask you a question. Why are you at the opera house?" Juno's dream at night was an arrangement by Wayne, and it was he who led Juno here. He didn't want to break the current relationship between the two, so he used dreams to guide her here. "You can't say these words clearly, pretend not to know, and come here to turn against the guest." "I'm here to investigate the Hyla cult," Juno replied subconsciously. After finishing speaking, he realized something was wrong and said in confusion, "Why are you in Paris? The battle situation on the front line is not ideal. The defense line may collapse. Your identity determines that you cannot leave Windsor easily. Go back quickly, it's too dangerous here." "She still looks like that." "I came to Paris to investigate the devil, the Church of Nature." Wayne said some useless nonsense. Juno was very easy to fool and was very shrewd towards others. Otherwise, he would just treat Juno casually and he would believe her. As expected, Juno did not become suspicious, and knowing that he and Wayne had the same purpose, he smiled and sent out an invitation to form a team. It's an invitation, not an application. Juno raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Join us. There are some things I can't say now, but as long as you join, you will see a big surprise. A reincarnated angel, right? You know what?" Juno's eyes widened and he slapped his head violently. Wayne himself was a reincarnated angel and knew this as a matter of course. "You are also a reincarnated angel, why are you not with them?" "Them?" Wayne became interested. According to Mona's investigation, Juno was wandering the streets today with an angel who was reincarnated as a biological woman, along with his fiancée Alyssa. There is no need to describe the appearance of the reincarnated angel. The man is tall and the woman is handsome, both of them are at the ceiling level. As you can imagine, Juno, a pervert, spent the whole day licking her. She licks the female angel during the day and the male devil at night. She really wants to make progress. This is a secret that cannot be told. Juno whispered, "Cerceles has repeatedly told you that no one can say that you are also a reincarnated angel. If you want to know, I can ask you to have dinner together. There's no need to eat. There are many beauties around me who are so busy that I really can't spare any extra time," Wayne regretted. "What, you brought them all here?" Juno immediately became energetic. "No, this batch was just delivered. In terms of appearance," Wayne thought about it seriously, "they are all top-notch beauties, and they are all the kind who have never seen the world. They are easy to deceive." Hiss. Juno swallowed. She recognized Wayne's aesthetics very much and couldn't help but want to move just by hearing the description. "Wayne, we are all friends. I will drive you back later." Juno said righteously, "I don't mean anything else. I'm driving my friend home. I'll definitely go inside to say hello and have some tea by the way. I hope Wayne will give him a chicken club and give her a chicken club." She promised that under her guidance, Wayne's harem would be kept in perfect order, and everything would come naturally anytime and anywhere. Wayne didn't have to do anything, he could just sit back and ride. Wayne knew very well what Juno was thinking, and politely declined the request to draw a gun. Meeting a fellow countryman in Paris, a city surrounded by people, shows that we have a close relationship. Come on, sit down and talk slowly. Juno wanted to refuse, but seeing that Wayne was already seated and his secretary Mona was standing behind him, he had no choice but to follow him and sit down. "Wayne, you and Austin look more and more like each other." "What are you talking about?" "That's our dad." "Stop making trouble, I know very well that he and I are not related by blood." "But your mother had something to do with him." "Ah, this. We are all adults. You know what I mean. I won't explain it here." Wayne shrugged. Alston's relationship with the Queen was not in a relationship. Although it would damage the reputation of the family, he had been honest since he was a child and would not talk nonsense about such things. Whatever happens happens, there is no need to be taboo. The hymn of mankind is a hymn of courage, which should be faced bravely. I knew that our dad was our mom's first love after all, and it was only a matter of time before we could renew our relationship. Juno sighed and said with a wry smile, "In this case, Mother will definitely try her best to give birth to a child for Austin. The future king has been determined." "Do you really have no idea at all?" "It's not suitable, she is Austin's lover after all." Wayne was confused. "Stop pretending to be stupid with me, you know what I mean. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about reincarnated angels and devils." "Are you sure you don't want to accept me?" Juno asked. "Very sure." Wayne looked serious. "You are a good woman, but I am not. I have a lot of girlfriends, lovers, and fiancés. I am not worthy of you." "That's right. If you didn't have so many girlfriends, lovers, and fiancés, I wouldn't think highly of you." Juno sighed repeatedly, and Mona clenched her fist and coughed lightly. Wayne suddenly realized, not only that, I also have a bunch of secretaries. Look, they are even less worthy of you. Juno looked at Wayne intently for a while, and saw that he really had no idea of unity, and completely determined the future path. My dream was to become a king, a powerful queen like my mother. Unfortunately, it didn't work, the Landau family was too powerful. I can't climb this mountain, and I've been repeatedly rejected even if I want to join forces with you. Have your dreams changed? Well, now I want to go to heaven and become a real angel. Juno talked about his current situation, being homeless in a foreign land and not knowing where to go in the future. You can't go back to your hometown. If you go there, you will get nothing. You will be confused all the time. You can only maintain your life by hanging around with your fiancé. As the number of sage hours increased, Juno thought more and more about the future. Finally one day, she figured it out. And magic. If you can't be a queen, then work hard towards being an angel. As soon as he took the first step of his efforts, Juno met Cecilis on the street. He pestered her for her number to no avail, and was beaten by her. During the repair process, Cecilis noticed that Juno's heavenly blood had awakened, so she revealed her identity as a reincarnated angel and issued an invitation to form a team, asking Juno to fight the devil together. The front leg dreamed of going to heaven, and the back leg met the reincarnated angel. Juno felt that this was an opportunity, and Cecilis was really good looking, so he decisively joined the other party. Standing in this hot spot, even a pig can fly, not to mention her bloodline is very talkative. After learning that Juno's divine blood came from St. George, the 4 reincarnated angels all looked up to her, especially the leader Pedro, who had high hopes for her and took great care of her. Tell me, I might recognize the faces of these 4 reincarnated angels. I don't know the real names of the angels. I only know their human names. Except for Pedro and Cecilis, there are 2 others who are not easy to communicate with. I'm not familiar with them. I don't know their names. The female one. Facing Wayne's inquiry, Juno forgot about Cecilis's explanation and told Wayne everything. She is very beautiful, has a great figure, about this big, her legs are this long, and her waist is very thin. Juno used his hands together to draw several arcs in the air. Wayne recognized the person by looking at the cup, and then based on the waist-hip curve and leg proportions, he confirmed that the person was Hea. There is no mistake, these breasts, these legs, and this ass are just walking lust. According to Juno's description, the last reincarnated angel was Dilda, an acquaintance of Wayne's. There are 7 reincarnated angels in total. I am in London, and the Papal State has 6. 4 have come, and there are 2 more, Kerr and Archibald. It seems that they have not awakened yet, Wayne analyzed after a while. He glanced at Mona next to him. To be precise, it's Heshino now. The Archangel was very concerned about his colleagues who came to the world, and promised to take the initiative to call himself Mona tonight in exchange for a chance to observe. Wayne raised his hand and hooked his thin waist, took the person into his arms, and gave his face a sweet kiss. Kashnano's expression remained unchanged, his heart did not beat, and he was not moved at all. Mona, you should kiss me back now. Hizayunyo kissed me back. Juno didn't know she had become part of the play, she just felt that this bowl of dog food was too salty, and it was a pity that she couldn't replace Wayne. She also wanted a secretary like Mona who could control and be pure, gentle, and graceful in the last second, and cold and icy in the next second, especially this cold face. She didn't know how satisfied she would be to be scolded. Hey, saliva is flowing down. Hiss hiss hiss. Juno looked envious and jealous, and Wayne looked at her proudly, and then said, let's talk about the 4 reincarnated angels. The one called Pedro, is he the leader? Well, the other 3 are very convinced of him. It can be seen that he has a high status in heaven, at least higher than the other 3. Juno nodded. Wayne was kissed on the face again. He smiled and kissed back, saying what she wanted. What does Pedro's stigma look like? Have you seen it? No, I've only seen Cecilia's stigma. When I fought her, she showed it to me to prove her identity. Juno raised her hand and touched her lower abdomen, winking and saying, I remember it very clearly. There is no possibility of seeing it wrong. She was wearing a pair of golden woolen pants, and the wool was exposed. Wayne. Heshino. Wayne is an experienced person, and the archangel is not pure either. He knows what Juno is talking about. Wayne was very puzzled. This position is too obscene. Is she really an angel? Is she a succubus in disguise? No, succubus don't play like this. Wayne remembered very clearly that his two succubus secretaries didn't have similar stickers on them. Maybe he didn't pay attention. He would take a look when he has time another day. By the way, the three angels who were reincarnated as women all had their stigmata in all wrong places: Mona/tongue, Hea/chest, and Cecilia's lower abdomen. Is there any deep meaning in this? A new trinity? God, my son-in-law has realized it. Wayne thought about it and thought it should be random and without any deep meaning, otherwise it would be difficult to explain Kerr's cock. Wayne didn't want to think about it, it was too obscene. Because of Kerr's strange stigmata, the style of heaven immediately became angels taking the lead in doing good things, and it became full of obscene atmosphere. Pa. Wayne was kissed on the face again, and Mona blinked and blinked, asking the boss to continue to inquire about the information. He ignored it until he was kissed on the mouth, then asked, Juno, about Cecilia's stigmata, describe it in detail. What style, what details? Tell me, I may know it. I don't know, I was just busy looking at the wool, Juno said truthfully. After saying that, he rolled his eyes at Wayne. They all had the same hobbies, so what was there to ask about the question with obvious answers? X2. Wayne was speechless. Knowing that Juno was not lying, he could only sigh, okay, I'll confirm it myself when I have a chance. Juno rolled her eyes and raised a middle finger to the pervert. After chatting for another 10 minutes, Wayne got information about the 4 reincarnated angels, but the effect was not ideal. Juno knew very little about Pedro, who Hexunio cared about the most. Wayne knew her very well, and his attention was on Cecilia's and Hea. Pedro got some attention from Juno because of her status as the leader, while Dilda became a nobody, and Juno didn't know anything about her at all. Wayne, are you really not going to meet the reincarnated angels? No, the devil is cunning, I will stay in the dark, and stay the same in the face of all changes, so as to avoid accidents that lead to the destruction of the whole army. Wayne raised his eyebrows. Don't tell them about the encounter with me tonight, no matter who asks. Ah, this. Is it not possible? It will affect your career. Don't worry, I also have a position in heaven. I will protect you when the time comes. As long as you work hard with me, you will definitely get some benefits. Wayne drew a pie. Juno was surprised. Have you awakened the memory of heaven? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, remember not to reveal my whereabouts, do you understand? Oh. Juno nodded repeatedly, with a little doubt in her heart. It was also confidential. She explained all the information about the reincarnated angels, whether it should be said or not. When it came to Wayne, she didn't want to reveal anything to the reincarnated angels. Could it be? As Alyssa said, she fell in love with Wayne without realizing it, so she obeyed him and trusted him very much. No way, it doesn't seem like she has any heartbeat at all. Juno looked over curiously, and when she saw the secretary in Wayne's arms, her heart couldn't help but speed up a little. The feeling came. I understand, she has feelings for Wayne's wings, and she hasn't given up the idea of joining this family yet, so she is trying to please Wayne in various ways. Click. In the silent opera house, sudden footsteps sounded, and a figure in a white robe slowly approached Wayne and the other two. Wayne turned his back to the person who came and frowned slightly. Hizayunyo's face changed slightly, and he tried to struggle to stand up, but was held down by Wayne and Mona together. He couldn't move for a while and completely lost control of his body. Not only that, Mona also controlled her hands to hold Wayne's neck, so that Hizayunyo took the initiative to kiss, which made the archangel so angry that he wanted to pick up a sword to kill the couple and then commit suicide. There is no other reason. The person who came is Heya, Hexyunyo's subordinate and little fangirl in heaven. Mona's voice rang in his ears, "It's too late to struggle now. If I were you, I would definitely play the role of Mona well and never let the other party know who I am." Hizayunyo was so angry that he cursed and asked to change positions. Mona naturally refused. Hizayunyo had no initiative and had to follow Mona's instructions and play an ordinary human nun. Miss Heya. Juno sat opposite Wayne and was the first to see the person coming. She stood up tremblingly and explained, "Don't get me wrong. I came out tonight for the Black Reasoning Church. I never thought of revealing everyone's whereabouts." Juno regretted it very much. If she stood at this outlet, even a pig would fall to death. "Shut up, you traitor." Heya snorted coldly, her eyes shining with golden light. She didn't like Juno. She was eager for quick success and had a strong purpose. Such a person lacked principles and was not trustworthy. However, her bloodline was excellent and Pedro attached great importance to her. Although she was dissatisfied, she could only endure it. "Hey, isn't this a walking lust? Why are you so angry?" "Who made you angry?" Wayne kissed the archangel in his arms passionately, and asked in the midst of his busy schedule. It would have been fine if Wayne didn't speak, but as soon as he spoke, Heya became even more angry, and said with a stiff upper lip, "Because of you, I am very angry now." "What do you mean?" "The woman in your arms, she made you impure." Heya's eyes shone with golden light, and at a glance, Mona's body was full of Wayne's breath. This made her feel very bad, and she wanted to shoot Mona to death, wipe away the filth on the archangel with her own hands, and let him return to purity. "Buji, Buji. Shameless woman, you still kiss." Heya was so angry that she was shaking with anger, with her 5 fingers spread out, holding the holy spear of heaven in her hand, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at Wayne's arms. "Stand up, this is not the greatness you are qualified to touch." Hexyunyo was so ashamed and angry that when Mona let go, she jumped up, took 2 steps away from Wayne, and quickly raised her hand to touch the corner of her mouth. Facing Heya's righteous and disdainful eyes, she was timid and dared not look at him. "It's terrible, I want to plunge into hell and never meet acquaintances again." Wayne and Mona teamed up to tear off the fig leaf on Hexyunyo's body, allowing her to complete a leap together on the road of depravity. Seeing that she was as cowardly as a quail, Wayne couldn't bear it. "Mona, just spoil her." "Wayne, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't care about her." Wayne sent sweet words to Mona through his mind, and looked at Heya with a cold face. "Put away your holy spear. You have no rules at all. Do you really think I don't exist? I am rude." Heya reluctantly put away the holy spear of heaven, lowered her head and stood in front of Wayne. Looking at her clenched fist, it is conceivable that she is not convinced. Junyo swallowed his saliva quietly. Looking at Heya's obedient attitude, he knew that Wayne was not lying. He had a position in heaven. "Let me introduce you. This is my secretary Mona, the nun assigned to me by the Pope." "Damn Pope," Heya gritted her teeth and cursed. "Damn Pope." Hexyunyo cursed in his heart. "Why are you so angry today? Last time when I brought 2 secretaries, weren't you fine?" Wayne said happily. "It's different this time. Those 2 secretaries are pure virgins." Heya glared at Hexyunyo and said word by word, "You are not pure." Crack. Hizayunyo raised her hands to cover her chest, and the cold icy rain hit her face randomly. The sharp knife of truth killed her fiercely, and her angel's heart was shattered. Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 464. I don't care whether you are pure or not, but you shouldn't make him lose his purity. You are a heinous person. Heaven is ashamed of you, and the devil is proud of you. Hea is still output, her mouth is like a sharp knife, and a burst of killing directly empties Hexunyo's blood tank, killing the archangel pale, lowering his head and hugging his shoulders and trembling. In case Hea is in danger of life, her body is found at the door of the church the next day, with a few feathers next to it. Wayne clenched his fist and coughed heavily. Shut up. Wayne came to Hexunyo, raised his hands and hugged him in his arms. Hexunyo struggled twice, and Mona held his hands again. Unable to move. The archangel saw that she must have committed a great sin of destroying the chosen continent in her previous life, otherwise she would not commit suicide in this life. Seeing Wayne hugging his secretary and asking about her well-being, and looking like he was obsessed with women, Hea was furious and said, "You." I said, "Shut up." Wayne interrupted and put his 5 fingers around her shoulders. No matter what you think, she is innocent. The church is the root of all evil. The church made her sign the Golden Rule contract with me, and in the name of granting the stigmata, let her live with me day and night. At that time, I hadn't awakened my memory. A young man full of blood, facing a pure nun who blindly worshipped and obeyed her, it was inevitable that I would make mistakes. I remember it was a night with thunder and lightning. I got up in a hurry and met her in the bathroom. Our eyes met. The atmosphere was charming. Her eyes were a little evasive, and her breathing began to accelerate, and then. In short, it's not her fault. It's me and the church who are guilty. Juno. After so much preparation, where is the key plot? You should tell me the climax. I'm so anxious. The 2 people talking in the field were very important. Juno stood like a minion, comparing herself to Mona. Neither of them had the right to speak. They could only suppress their curiosity about the plot even if they were dissatisfied. Damn Pope. Hea cursed again, gritted her teeth and looked at Wayne. Even so, you have awakened your memory now, you know who you are, you should break off the relationship with her immediately, only in this way can you remain pure. Are you deceiving yourself? Wayne sneered, looked at the archangel who bowed his head in his arms and said slowly, things have come to this point. Whether I like it or not, what should happen has already happened. If I leave her, it means that I am just a hypocritical angel who covets fame. What is the difference between this and the devil? He's Iunyo, Mona, he Pumi. Mona, you think too much, he didn't talk to you. Wayne continued, on the contrary, I will continue to stay with her, pamper her and love her as before, fearless of the criticism from others, and brave enough to admit my mistakes. That's who I am. Hexunyo, Mona, he really Pumi. Mona, self-indulgent. Wayne said, true purity is not in the body, but in the mind and in morality. After experiencing her oppression, I have been untainted by the mud, brave enough to face it without escaping, and always maintained my original kindness. Who dares to say that I am not pure? Hexunyo, Mo. Forget it, let it be. Hea was speechless by Wayne, opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. After a while, she said viciously, damn Pope. While speaking, she glared at Hexunyo in Wayne's arms. The archangel was too kind and didn't want to mention breaking up. The shameless little nun should be careful when walking at night in the future, so as not to fall into her hands. Hea had a hot temper. When she thought of the archangel being defiled, and repeatedly defiled, she wanted to kill the secretary. She had good eyesight and could see that Mona's body was not pure, her eyesight was poor and she didn't realize that the little nun was her superior. Seeing that Hea didn't speak, Wayne pulled Hexunyo to sit down again, still promised a VIP seat, and comforted him. Don't be afraid, Hea is a good angel, just a little bad temper, she has no malice, right, Hea? Speak. Humph. Hea didn't want to speak and glared at the little bitch. She didn't understand very well. Although angels have no gender, there is a gender tendency. For example, she, her leader Hexunyo, and Olga, who was reincarnated as Ceciles, all lean towards women in a neutral situation. Logically, she and Olga became human women after reincarnation, and the big leader Hexunyo should also be a woman. Hea didn't understand what went wrong, which caused the big leader to have problems after reincarnation, and because of that problem, other problems extended. Fortunately, the problem was not too big. Fortunately it was a male. If it was a female, it would be really hard to clean up. Thinking of this, Hea glanced at the little bitch. This kind of thing, it is definitely not clean. Hea comforted herself that the leader was Wayne instead of the secretary, otherwise the devils in hell would laugh to death, and there would be no need to mention hell jokes in the future. Heaven jokes can dominate the list for 10,000 years. Hea hummed from time to time, which was very yin and yang. If you hum again, I will pull out your tongue. Wayne said harshly and asked, tell me, what are the real names of Petra and Ceciles in heaven? You know everything. Hea frowned and looked at Juno with dissatisfaction. She knew that this fence-sitter was unreliable. Juno was numb. She was a small transparent person and couldn't afford to offend both sides. What could she do? Hea stared at Juno fiercely, trying to kill him with her eyes. Juno didn't understand at first, but then suddenly realized and said, Wayne, I suddenly remembered something very important. My fiancée is about to give birth. If nothing else, I will go back to accompany her. Let me be frank. Your fiancée's pregnancy was not caused by me. Are you sure this thing has awakened? Or is this the true appearance of a high-level angel? Juno was full of doubts. She wanted to complain but was afraid that Hea would be fierce to her. She lowered her head and walked away from the opera house quickly. Remember what I said. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Otherwise, you will have a hard time in heaven, Wayne warned Juno from behind, and then stared at Hea. Hea was still dissatisfied, mainly with her secretary. Wayne didn't speak, and she didn't speak either. They just kept wasting time. Hexunyo was eager to know Pedro's real name. Seeing Wayne pretending to be stupid, he was furious and pinched his waist. Wayne didn't move. He wanted the horse to run, but he didn't give it grass. Is this how heaven works? Archangel, you have such a great authority. Hexunyo was ashamed and angry. With Mona as an accomplice, she had no way to deal with Wayne. She could only say softly, Boss, this angel is a good person. Don't be angry. Let's talk about business. Wayne's eyes widened. It was the first time he heard the Archangel speak in a clipped tone. Before, he was just humming and hawing coldly. Although he likes this, the soft Archangel is also different. It makes people's souls fly away. Like it, more. Also, don't just talk and don't do anything. Hexunyo knows what he wants. Hexunyo is going crazy. He gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and kissed Wayne hard on the face. It's not like a kiss, but more like a bite. After the kiss, the voice was still soft, Boss, don't be angry, you are all good people. Shut up, who told you to kiss, shameless, too shameless. Hea was furious, and her little mouth might have said, you are a nun, you don't know how to love yourself, don't you feel ashamed? Hexunyo, pen. Go back to heaven and see how I deal with you. The Archangel lowered his head and lay in Wayne's arms, his eyebrows were ferocious, and he wanted to kill Hea immediately, right now, and then fake the crime scene and say it was done by the devil. Wayne didn't say anything, and waited until Hea had scolded almost enough, then raised his hand to suppress the disobedient corners of his mouth. He put on a cold face. Have you said enough? My patience is limited. I love her very much. If you still don't know how to restrain yourself, don't blame me for punishing you. Hea's face froze, and she was so wrong that she was about to cry. Archangel, she is just an ordinary nun. I have known you for many years, and I am protecting your purity. I am not pure anymore. It's not too late. As long as she disappears, no one will know. Oh my God, this is not something you can say casually. Wayne noticed that the archangel in his arms paused, as if thinking about something, and he started to scold her, saying things like courage to face, never leave, and inner purity, and the main point is that you will never abandon or give up. Hea, do you want to listen to what you are saying? You kill innocent people for the sake of fame. What's the difference between your behavior and that of the devil? You have to force my archangel Hexunyo to fall into hell and become the 8th demon king before you are satisfied. No, I don't mean that. Then don't point fingers at my secretary. Wayne snorted coldly, raised his hand to lift Hexunyo's chin, and asked Mona to open her mouth to stimulate the holy mark on the tip of her tongue. See, she is very good. Because of the contract and the combination of soul and flesh, she can carry my divine power and all the golden rules. If we really fight, you may not be her opponent. How is it possible, just her? Hea was not convinced. Although she was a clerk before, she started to do logistics statistics in the office, and then she was promoted to Hexunyo's secretary. But in order to be closer to Hexunyo, she took the initiative to join the Angel Legion and followed Hexunyo to the battle. She is also a powerful angel who has experienced the bloody battle in hell. What kind of person is Xiao Baiqi? Why can she be compared with her? Just because he was also the secretary of the archangel, just because he was baptized with holy water, he became stronger than her from an ordinary person? Laughing to death, the angel couldn't laugh to death. If you don't believe it, you can show it. Wayne patted Hexunyo's shoulder. She was very unhappy after being scolded all night. It was time for her to vent. Hexunyo shook her head slightly, frowned, and said softly, "The archangel is so strong, how can I be her opponent? If I get hurt, it will hurt a lot." Wayne, winky face, "Oh no, the archangel wants to kill." Bang. Wayne slapped her on the butt and said viciously, "No one will get hurt. Hea knows her limits. If she dares to mess around, I will punish her severely. The same goes for you. Do you understand?" Hizayunyo looked at Wayne with dissatisfaction. Before she spoke, Hea laughed out loud and said sarcastically, "Please rest assured, she was originally just an ordinary person. She gained powerful power because of your gift. I will not vent my dissatisfaction on her. After all, I don't want to touch this dirty body." Hizayunyo lowered her head and buried it in Wayne's arms, her shoulders trembling slightly. Wayne was in a bad mood. Looking at Hea, who looked triumphant, he felt that she was doomed. He raised his hand and drew a cross, then curled his lips and said, "What do you mean? Do you think my holy water is dirty and filthy?" "No, I don't mean that. I just..." Hea hurriedly explained, but found that she couldn't explain it clearly, so she decisively put the blame on the secretary. It was her, because of her filthiness, she polluted the holy water. Wayne was silent and took back what he had just said. Now he was really doomed. Seeing that Wayne didn't speak, Hexunyo raised his head and kissed Wayne on the face with a faint look. "Immediately, right now, turn on that damn life force field." Wayne thought for 0.25 seconds, walking lust and archangel, this is a multiple choice question, waved his hand to push away the life force field, injected a lot of holy light, and used all the golden rule words to create a scene of heaven. He had stepped into the gate of heaven and knew what the real heaven looked like, and what the angels were like. A group of people who like to join in the fun, going wherever there is more to do. The endless white clouds are light golden, hazy, and misty, like a dream. The sky is like a huge crystal gem, without the color of the world, only a faint radiant holy meaning. Looking at the top of the sea of clouds from afar, it looks like the undulating mountains, and the white palaces shine with golden light. Every corner of the palace is carved with fine patterns, and every door is inlaid with dazzling gems. The towering gate of heaven seems to lead to the endless universe. Anyone who enters can glimpse the mysterious and vast starry sky. A moving hymn floats, and there are bells ringing, dragons roaring, and angels appearing one by one. Everything familiar makes Hea feel like she is back home, and her heart is peaceful. Thinking about being a little irritable just now and angering the archangel, she can't help but blame herself. But then she thought, it was all the little bitch's fault, it was her who caused the archangel to lose his purity. Such a person is not worthy of enjoying the archangel's divine power. She wanted to defeat him personally and let him know that even if the blasphemer gets this power, he is still nothing. On the other side, Hexunyo's heart was as cold as ice, and his face was submissive, like a country bumpkin who had just arrived and had never seen heaven. Without saying a word, she waved and pulled out the sword of oath, and spread 3 pairs of white wings behind her. The golden rule belt fluttered, and the aura surrounded her body. The holy breath rippled around like a tide. Hea was stunned, and then gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, the archangel actually gave you so much, you sinner, what did you do to him?" "Hea, please, stop talking," Wayne, who was watching from a distance, shouted loudly. Hea's face became even uglier, and her heart, which had finally calmed down, immediately burned with anger, and her chest was trembling with anger. She waved her hand and pulled out the holy spear of heaven that was wholesaled by the papal state, pointed at Hexunyo and said, "You, the archangel actually begged me for you, I'm jealous of you." Golden light burst out from Hea's chest, and the stigmata were activated immediately. The stigmata came from one of the 4 angel legions, representing Hexunyo, one of the 4 archangels. She wanted to use the power given by the archangel to defeat the shameless little bitch on the opposite side. Hexunyo had a blank expression on his face, slowly opened his mouth, and spit out his tongue. A little golden light condensed, and the surging holy will shook the space. The next second, a violent golden waterfall rolled down, invading with boundless and magnificent momentum, and wherever it passed, it turned the beautiful heaven into ruins. The powerful energy shocked Hea, and she quickly transformed into a metal angel, waving the holy spear with both hands on her chest, and spreading a pair of wings behind her. At the same time, the holy dragon of heaven was summoned, and the huge dragon body was coiled, and the metal armor protected Hea tightly. Boom! At this moment, the holy will was boiling. The next thing was a 5-minute beating. The holy dragon of heaven appeared, showed his face and went home without a sound. Hea was pressed to the ground and rubbed, the holy spear was taken away, and the metal armor on her body was stripped clean. Wayne was far away, and only heard a few hissing sounds of clothes being torn. It was too far away and he couldn't see clearly. He only knew that there was a mole under Hea's left chest. It was not even as big as a sesame seed. The one-sided battle made Hea absolutely passive. She tried to resist and even sacrificed the Eye of Judgment, but was slapped to pieces by Hexunyo, and completely lost the power to resist. The camera turned, and the life force field dissipated. Hexunyo returned to the opera house, sat on Wayne's lap, and buried his head in his arms, making a wronged voice that was almost tearful. "The energy suddenly ran away, I couldn't control it, I didn't mean it." Looking at Hea on the ground with disheveled clothes and lifeless eyes, Wayne was silent. "Archangel, your character is ruined." What can he say? He can do nothing except pat his butt. Hea's defeat settlement screen is almost completely exposed. If you look closely, you can find that her left cheek is red, and she was hit by a big cunt. It is conceivable how much psychological damage a big cunt must have caused to Hea, who was full of confidence before the battle. Compared with the pain that penetrated the soul, the disheveled and obscene body that desecrated the eyes of the archangel was nothing. Hexunyo lay in Wayne's arms and whimpered, still quibbling. Her energy was running wild, and she couldn't control herself. Wayne said nothing. For the first time, he knew that the cold Hexunyo had such a side. After a while, Hea took a deep breath and sat up from the ground, thinking about a series of philosophical questions such as who she was and where she came from. Seeing Wayne looking at her without blinking, and gently reminding her about the clothes, she raised her hand tremblingly, and shaped a white robe with her mind and put it on her body. She stood up, silent, with red eyes. Unlike Hea, who didn't say a word, Hexunyo whimpered twice, straddled Wayne's legs, and kissed him, humiliating the object of Hea's admiration in person. As the defeated party, Hea could only watch the scene, and before she knew it, 2 lines of tears slid down. Archangel, I'm sorry for you, I failed to protect you. After saying that, she cried and hugged herself. Okay, calm down, you've ruined me. Wayne pulled out his mouth and held Hexunyo in his arms. Seeing Hea's miserable face, he couldn't help but comfort her. It's okay, I'm not pure to begin with. I can handle it. No, in my mind, you'll always be pure. Hea raised her head, unwilling to let the tears fall again. In Wayne's arms, Hexunyo calmed down a lot after hearing this. She stood up and stood behind Wayne. She took out her glasses from her pocket and put them on. Then she took out her lipstick and makeup mirror to touch up her makeup. She was very angry. Well, actually you're very strong. How should I put it? Wayne hesitated, his eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands and said, it's the golden rule. I added the golden rule. Yes, that's it. What does this have to do with the golden rule? She was originally just a nun. Mortals can't bear too much of the golden rule. Hea had the answer in her mind and said slowly, Archangel, her life essence is close to that of an angel, and her realm is that of a demigod. You have transformed her, right? I guess so. I understand. Hea nodded. What do you understand? She has received your holy will. Every time she is carefully watered, she is transformed into an angel. You are willing to sacrifice your purity in order to create a powerful follower, fight against the devil and ensure the successful completion of the mission. Hea's face was tense. Ah, this. Is there a possibility that I just want her body? Wayne waved his hand. Hea had already figured out the answer in his mind, so he didn't add anything. There was no point in saying more. This answer was pretty good at the moment, and it was in line with his compassionate temperament. Archangel, I can do it too. Hea stepped forward, my body is definitely purer than hers now. I can bear more holy will and more golden rules. For the sake of heaven, please use me. Wayne's eyes widened and his hands began to rub restlessly. Just when she was about to say something, there was a smear on her face. The lipstick she had just applied was still warm. The archangel was unhappy. Whatever you have, come to her. Don't seduce Hea to fall. Great. Wayne said seriously, nonsense, you just accused me of losing my purity, and now you are the leader in breaking the rules, you are cheap. Hea's face turned red, and the lipstick marks on Wayne's face stung her eyes, making her extremely jealous. Archangel, I don't have any extra thoughts, it's just for your good. You may not know that Pedro's real name is Ur, and he is one of the 4 archangels like you. He and you have a very ordinary relationship. Ur. Hexunyo frowned slightly. Ul and Mikkel are very close, so he attaches great importance to Mikkel's bloodline left in the world, that is, the descendants of St. George. When you are not in the papal states, almost all the reincarnated angels obey his orders. Hea described the situation in the Papal States. The situation is not optimistic. Wayne must return to the Papal States as soon as possible, otherwise, Thor will become the leader and no one will care about the leader. There is such a thing. Wayne frowned. For the first time, he knew that there were factional disputes in heaven. That's right, angels are also made of flesh. If there is flesh, there is a heart, and if there is a heart, there is desire. Underground tomb. The figure in white robe was thrown on the ground like garbage, with twisted limbs and deformed facial features, almost not human. Givenchy. Across the way, there is a figure in a grey robe. Judging from her slenderness, she should be a woman. Of course, it is not ruled out that she is just a skeleton. Your name is Givenchy, right? You still refuse to speak even in this state. You are really loyal to your master, the elegant female voice spread out, cold and quiet, without any impurities. She picked up Givenchy and pressed him against the stone wall, her eyes flashed with a charming light. Tell me, what is the name of your faith? Can't say it, or, don't want to. The woman changed the way and guided the question, is your great master in Paris? Yes, Givenchy said weakly. Is he from the void or hell? The void. A very powerful evil god, I think he must have surpassed everything. As humble as I am I qualified to listen to his name and follow his teachings? The woman's voice was full of magic and irresistible. My great master is called Wayne. Givenchy's grey face was filled with fanaticism for a moment, and he said in a shocking voice. Wayne. Why is he here? He should have got Shadow Nightmare and Yulia. The woman stiffened and whispered, take me to him, now. He shouldn't be here. Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 465. The dark tomb passages extend in all directions, with scattered tombstones, stone carvings, and bones piled into walls on both sides. They have long been blurred by the erosion of time. Occasionally, a gust of wind blows through the gaps between the bones, making an eerie rustling sound, just like countless dead souls whispering around. The underground tomb is like a portal to the underworld, and the tomb passages extending in all directions are shortcuts. Called dead end. In the darkness, two figures walked one behind the other. Givenchy was walking in front in a white robe. The essence of her life was forcibly turned into a void by Wayne. Due to the restraint, she did not get any benefits. However, the irregular characteristics of the void life were still retained. Her physical self-healing ability is extremely strong. Even serious injuries can be recovered in a short time. Givenchy's expression was struggling, sometimes painful, sometimes fanatical, jumping repeatedly between resistance and preaching. The woman in grey robe then used Givenchy's trope of worshipping faith and learned that Wayne came for the devil, and her heart sank. It doesn't matter just for the devil, but the Devil Alliance controls the head of Death Knight Ranyi, and meeting the devil means meeting the Death Knight. Two generations of knights shouldn't meet, at least not at this time. Wayne is too young. He is no match for Ranyi. He will lose Shadow Nightmare and Yulia. The woman thought of the scene when the two met, the one-sided battle, the Shadow Nightmare was taken away, and Wayne was completely defeated. Ranyi fought hard to send Shadow Nightmare and Yulia out of Paris. She also spent a lot of time looking for a suitable knight successor. Her previous efforts cannot be in vain. She must meet with Wayne as soon as possible to let him leave Paris. She slowly said, no need to struggle, I have no ill intentions towards your master. My name is Sakra, and I am the saint of the Church of Death. Just as he was talking, heavy breathing came from the dark passage, and twisted lines of black and red came in like a tide, alienating the space where Givenchy and Sakra were, dragging the two into another world. This is an upside-down world, where the sky is the earth and the earth is the sky. The black ground was gloomy, without the sun, moon, or stars. The mottled cracks spread out densely, and the red wounds were shocking. The red magma is like boiling blood, flowing down from the cracks, watering the black clouds below, boiling the water vapor, and filling the air with the pungent smell of sulfur. Occasionally, volcanoes erupt, mountains collapse, and broken volcanoes fall, crashing into the sea of clouds and causing boiling tides. The twisted doomsday world is full of hell shapes. A huge figure climbed out of the crater, with a rock-like body and red veins of magma flowing on its surface. It stood on the earth suspended upside down, overlooking Sakra and Givenchy in the sky. Givenchy's face suddenly changed. The scorching heat of hell made her feel deeply uncomfortable. She took a gentle breath, and the heat poison poured into her chest, and her whole body seemed to be burning from the inside out. Without thinking much, she immediately pushed away the life force field. Do you want to die? Use the life force field in the demigod's life field. Sakra reminded softly, unlocked the charm of Givenchy, and looked up at the magma devil in the sky. The grey hood slipped off, revealing a finely carved white face with elegant and delicate features, a gentle face, and an extremely gentle and quiet beauty. A head of soft and bright grey long hair hangs down smoothly. The grey is not old, but a calm and elegant color, just like the starry sky, pure and mysterious. A grey bandage covered her eyes so she couldn't see. Except death. Troll Andreas, one of the 72 demon kings of hell, although his arrival is only incomplete, he can open up the realm of demigods in the human world. I'm afraid Ranyi won't be able to hold on for long, Sakra said lightly. Ho 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 ho. The troll raised its arms, and the twisted world of black and red slowly closed, like a pair of big hands trying to merge. The sky rose and the earth sank, erasing all existence between heaven and earth. Givenchy looked horrified. This destructive force was real and had nothing to do with the falseness of the life force field. She had no ability to resist. Neither did Sakra. She was just an ordinary saint of the Church of Death. How could she be a match for the demigods of hell? She calmly raised her hand and picked up the grey bandage covering her left eye. The lifeless grey pupils shrank and locked onto Andrea's stone head. The body of the troll that was shaking the world suddenly stiffened, as if the pause button had been pressed, and the space where the head was surrounded by a mass of deathly energy. The terrifying and abnormal death energy eroded the surrounding information, withered everything, and killed everything, including Andrea's head and the surrounding space. The headless troll maintained its previous movements, raising its hands and hanging upside down quietly. Part of its mind was erased, and the remaining mind tried to reconstruct the lost head but was unable to do so. Although he is a low-ranking demon king and his arrival is not perfect, a demigod is a demigod. I can't kill him. Sakra failed to kill with one blow, so he raised his hand to lift the bandage covering his right eye, and a ball of grey light bloomed, projecting the strange existence in the crystal into reality. Behind the troll's headless body, the portal to the kingdom of Hades, composed of withered yellow bones and rusty black iron, opened, and strong death energy rushed out from it, forming a mist that looked like a skull. In the hazy grey fog, an immeasurable huge skeletal arm stretched out, grasped the troll's headless body, and dragged it into the door. Boom! The gate closes and disappears, and with it the troll's realm of life disperses. Sometimes, destroying the devil is so simple: open the door, kick people, close the door, it only takes 3 steps to get it done. Givenchy returned to the tomb passage, the cold wind swept over, and the look he gave the death saint was particularly terrifying. As a legendary wizard, her experience is beyond doubt. Forgive her for being blunt, this is not a divine art at all. Lead the way ahead, I want to see your master. Impossible. Givenchy gritted his teeth, you are too dangerous, even if I die, I will not let you see my master. What a trouble. Sakra's face was slightly pale, and he turned his head to look at Givenchy, who was in a defensive posture, and his mind swept over him, and he controlled him with charm again. Givenchy, your master is too powerful, I am eager to listen to his teachings in person, please, give me a chance. In Sukla's compliments, Givenchy gradually lost himself. Looking at her raised corners of her mouth, you can tell that the followers are soft and not hard, and they have to be coaxed. Opera House. Isabella gathered the team, the underground maze was cleaned up, and the Phantom was also captured. The mutants of the Black Church are similar to the Hunchback of Notre Dame. They are all the followers of the Black Church who have been mutated by unknown pollution. In the two recent captures, the strength of the mutants has increased by leaps and bounds, each time stronger than the last, and Isabella, who is at the level of a gold wizard, is a little tricky. If the Black Church continues to expand without restraint, the head of state will not be able to hold a grand parade in Paris. The mutated Frank can push all the way to the Prussian capital of Bailleau. After listening to Isabella's story, Wayne nodded, patted her shoulder and said, "It's come to this, let's eat first." Isabella smiled, a very pure smile. Unlike others who work as dogs for Wayne, she just wants Wayne to be rich and powerful, and she has no intention of letting go of this long-term meal ticket. She will never leave. Hea did not leave, she glanced at Isabella and didn't care. A very pure person, who has never polluted her archangel, and has not committed unforgivable sins, so there is no such thing as shouting and killing. Speaking of targeting, Hea stared at the little bitch beside Wayne. Only the secretary who deserves to go to hell is unforgivable. Just after a fight, Hea couldn't find the gate of heaven where she was abused, but even so, she still insisted on her own opinion and regarded Wayne's secretary as a thorn in the flesh. Can't beat is not equal to admit defeat, can't beat is not equal to agree. This is a matter of principle, and she can't give in even if she dies. Even if she dies and is nailed in the coffin, she will shout little bitch with her rotten vocal cords. In addition, Hea has thought of the reason for her miserable defeat. It's not that the little bitch is so strong, but that she was targeted. Both sides used the power of the Hex Unio Angel Legion. The little bitch was too tightly entangled, and got too much divine power, and had a higher priority than her. If she also pesters. This is a bit disrespectful, but she still has to say that if she also pesters, she will definitely have a higher priority than the little bitch. By the way, I have to complain that the little nun in the world can sleep, but the loyal subordinates cannot. The leader is a little tired of the old and loves the new. Let's go eat and see which restaurant is still open. Wayne raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Isabella dismissed her teammates and followed Wayne with a loyal face. That is to say, there is no tail, otherwise it can be turned into a propeller. 2 steps later, Wayne found that there was an extra person behind him, and wondered, "Hea, why are you following me? I am on the dark line here, you should go back to the bright line to cover me. The Papal State only sent 4 reincarnated angels to Paris. The manpower is limited. Hea, a high-end combat force, is indispensable. Without her, it is impossible to make a big noise. Without a big noise, how to attract the devil, and without the devil showing up, how can Wayne follow the reincarnated angels to pick up heads? He can't rush to the front, right? It's useless to go back. Or doesn't like me." Hea chose to stay with Wayne. According to her, she was a subordinate of Hex Unio. Or had a close relationship with Mikhail, the Vice Lord of the Kingdom of Heaven, but a tense relationship with Hex Unio. If they went back, they would be disgusted with each other. She was unhappy with Ur, and Ur also disliked her. Because of Ur's status as one of the 4 archangels and seraphim, Hea had to be respectful to him, even if she was bullied, she had to endure it. It would be annoying to go back and not be reused, so it's better to stay with Wayne. By the way, monitor a shameless little bitch to prevent Wayne's purity from being polluted. Thinking of this, Hea glanced at the little bitch coldly. "Hex Unio, why are you looking at me? Do you think I'm dirty?" Hex Unio wanted to strangle Hea to death with his own hands. He used to think that this little sister was loyal and spoke well, and he liked her very much. Now he found that this guy was sarcastic and mean, and her mouth was like a suppository. Although Hexunyo has a dark and cruel side, he is a positive character after all. It is impossible for him to kill Heya because of her offense. Besides, it is not Heia's fault. It is because she refused to admit her identity and let Wayne take her place that a series of misunderstandings occurred. Strictly speaking, Heia is still the same Heia, loyal to the leader she admires, and hates the sinners who blaspheme the purity of the leader. Hexunyo beat Heia up, and blasphemed the purity that Heia admired in front of her. She felt refreshed and enjoyed the happiness of the Dean of Teaching. Although she lost a lot of blood, Heia had a bloody collapse, so she still made a profit. The happiness only lasted for a while. Seeing that Heia was determined to follow Wayne, Hexunyo was very depressed. Wayne put his arm around the Archangel's shoulder and said to him through his mind, "Don't be angry. If I had such a loyal little brother, I would be so happy. Think positively. She didn't recognize you and the secret was kept. Haha, you are so happy. Are you going to sleep with her? How is that possible?" "I'm not a scumbag," Wayne whispered. Seeing Heia's grief and confusion after being bullied in front of her, and her words of devotion, it is conceivable that she has reached a certain level of admiration for Hexunyo. This is indeed the case. Last time in Burrow, Wayne made all kinds of troubles and teased him. With a word of awakening to regain memory and showing the holy marks, Heia immediately put aside the past and did not mention Wayne's previous behavior. Just as if nothing happened. The Archangel must have a deep meaning for doing this. Heia coveted Hexunyo's body, and it had nothing to do with Wayne, because he replaced Hexunyo and got this preference. As a person, you must have self-knowledge and basic sense of propriety and integrity. You can't do love that is not a two-way love. What, Hexunyo? Hexunyo is Mona. The matter of reincarnated angels cannot be measured by common sense. This is a two-way love. Besides, before the war, it was Mona, and when the war was fierce, it was still Mona. When the troops were withdrawn, it suddenly became Hexunyo who claimed to be Mona. Wayne didn't have a third eye, so how could he understand the twists and turns? If you insist that it is not a two-way love, it is also Mona and Hexunyo who jointly deceived him to invest in shares, and he is the victim. Heia is different. The walking lust is directed at Hexunyo. Wayne racked his brains but couldn't find a reason to show up. For this kind of impersonation, just deceive Heia, but don't deceive yourself. If it is exposed in the future, Heia will be angry and 80% will commit suicide to prove her innocence. Heia's temper is a bit bad, and her curses are a bit harsh, but she is a good angel and she is not guilty of this. Hearing Wayne's telepathic transmission, Hexunyo's face improved a lot. He refused Heia to stay, and he had some thoughts of protecting her. She was cheated by the Pope, the devil, and herself, and she couldn't let Heia follow in their footsteps. In addition, she was skeptical of Wayne's sophistry. It sounds good, but who is that bastard who stood up and kicked? Shameless. Hearing the Archangel's scolding, Wayne was secretly happy, and turned to say, "I am very curious. You reincarnated angels who came to the world don't seem to know each other's true identities. Has the internal fighting in heaven reached this point?" "Heaven will not fight internally," Hexunyo snorted coldly. "Come on, I've rebelled before, so I don't know if it's an internal struggle or not." Wayne sneered, put his arm around Hexunyo's waist, and brought him into his arms. "I understand, there is a gap between the four archangels, and you and Mikhail are at odds. One is water and the other is fire, and you are destined not to coexist. Before, there was pressure from the Father, and factional discord didn't matter. Now that the Father is gone and hell is sealed, the secret fight has become an open fight, and it is about to escalate into a military conflict. Knowing the prophecy of the Son of God, you all want to find him as soon as possible, and control him to suppress dissidents. Nonsense. Hexunyo couldn't stand hearing this, and immediately retorted, "Don't use your dark thoughts to speculate about heaven. Heaven is not the human world, let alone hell. All angels have 7 virtues. Well, you who represent purity have purity." Wayne killed and exploded, and heard a pleasant cry. He continued to transmit the message cheerfully, "I know you are a kind and good angel, and you will not hold the Son of God hostage to control the Archangel, but just because you won't, it doesn't mean that Michael won't. Even if neither of you will, you can't tolerate the Son of God falling into the hands of the other party. Michael is the Vice Lord of Heaven, he can't be reincarnated, so he entrusted Ur, who has a better relationship, to come. This is why there are 2 archangels among the 7 reincarnated angels, and you don't know who the other party is." Wayne looked certain. The factional disputes in heaven have reached the point where fire and water cannot tolerate each other. Before the angels came, they didn't even discuss it. This is the best proof. Wayne's reasoning has always been good, which directly silenced Hexunyo. The latter didn't want to mention the situation in heaven, and Wayne didn't force it. The memory was merging. If Hexunyo didn't say these things, Mona would tell him sooner or later. Wayne continued, "The Son of God is the key to all turning points. He determines the future of heaven, whether you are still the Archangel, whether you can retain the position of the Legion Commander, and whether Mikhail can continue to serve as the Deputy Lord. He is very important, isn't he?" Hexunyo frowned, "What do you want to say? Is it possible that you have found the Son of God?" Shameless. Hexunyo is not Mona, and never indulges Wayne's self-esteem. The 2 of them flirted with each other, and the air was filled with a fresh tea fragrance. Heya, convex. Heya stared at the tea garden fiercely, secretly raised her middle finger behind her back, and politely greeted her in her heart. It was obviously the boss who embraced the secretary, but in her eyes, it became the secretary who took the initiative to seduce the boss. In short, the secretary is wrong in everything she does, and she is guilty of everything she does. Heya tried to be patient, but couldn't help it. She stepped forward and said, "Mr. Wayne, please be careful about your behavior. This will confuse us. After all, Paris has other reincarnated angels, and one of them is not friendly to you. Leader, please restrain yourself and don't let your political enemies catch you with dirty tricks." Hexunyo heard it and thought it made sense, so he tried to break free from Wayne's arms. The effect was average. Mona held down her hand, and Wayne grabbed her waist. Not only was she unable to exert any force, but she also snuggled into Wayne's arms. "Shameless, the holy light has turned dark because of you." Heya made an angry noise, followed by a series of accusations. To be fair, what she said is absolutely correct and holds true from any standpoint. Except for Hexunyo's position. Hexunyo took a deep breath, asked Mona to let go, and slowly took out the makeup mirror. After applying the lipstick, he slapped a stamp on Wayne's face. He was so angry that she was shaking all over. Hexunyo sighed softly, frowned and said softly, "Boss, this Lord Angel is so scary. She won't be angry with you because of me, right?" Before Wayne could answer, she continued, "Probably not. She is so loyal and will only feel sorry for you. Unlike me, I will only make trouble unreasonably." Wayne heard his little heart pounding wildly. The contrast was too strong. He was so teased by the tea-loving Archangel that he spurted 2 streams of hot air from his nose and said loudly, "It's okay, I just like to make trouble without reason." Heya, pen. Damn it, what kind of magic did this little nun cast on the Archangel? Why does the Archangel dote on her so much? Heya had no idea that every time she cursed, the longed-for Archangel would take a big step down the abyss of depravity. What she was doing now was no different from that of a prostitute. Tisk, tisk, the walking lust is so beautiful, Wayne thought through the voice. The corners of Hexeuno's eyes twitched slightly, and he probably guessed what Wayne would say next. Archangel, you don't want to see your loyal subordinates lose their purity because of you, right? It's up to you. If it's her, I don't care. Then I'll take it as your consent. Shameless. Hexeuno agreed to several shameless requests with a dark face, and looked at Hea with an increasingly unhappy look. She had sacrificed a lot to protect Hea, but the latter kept scolding her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she wanted to drag her into the water with her. After all, I just thought about it and didn't dare to do it for real. Upscale restaurant. Isabella sat in front of the long table and feasted. The dishes and cups were in a mess. The waiter had already gotten off work, and the manager was serving the dishes himself. He was so busy that he ran out of time. It was already midnight, and the restaurants were basically closed. Even if there were some open, they couldn't satisfy Isabella's gluttonous appetite. But Wayne gave too much. The manager called the chef and asked everyone to come back to work. The chef refused and clamored for freedom and romance. After receiving a call from the boss, he came back to work overtime in despair. Today is different from the past. With war and prices so high, a stable income is essential. The chefs don't want to work overtime in the early morning, so the wife and daughter have to stand guard late at night. They can decide what is light and what is heavy. This dining table carries a bloody society. What Isabella ate wasn't French food, it was people. Holding a glass of juice, Wayne watched Isabella eat with interest, feeling as satisfied as feeding a small animal. On the left and right sides, Hexeuno and Hea were sitting respectively. Whenever Hea glared at him, Hexeuno would cuddle up in Wayne's arms and stamp his name, speaking in person. Wayne's face was covered with lipstick marks, and his lips were almost bald. He looked at Hea speechlessly. You haven't seen it yet. The reason why I have been so humiliated is entirely because of you. Don't flirt with her. When you tease her, she teases me. Hea bit her lower lip. This was not the reason for her to tolerate Xiao Baichi. She would not give up. Thinking of her previous advice, Hea revisited the old matter and persuaded Wayne to use a purer version of herself. At least she was an angel. Although she was negligent, she would not wrong Wayne too much. Xiao Baichi is different, just a mortal. From the time we met until now, apart from laziness, you have committed 6 of the 7 deadly sins, Wayne complained. Mr. Wayne, I have not committed the cardinal sin of gluttony. You don't deny lust, do you? Wayne teased, and then said, you have eaten so much and still refuse to give up. Isn't this gluttony? Hea was left speechless. What is the truth? Is there a new explanation for the 7 deadly sins? Seeing that Hea didn't speak, Wayne shrugged. You see, laziness is also there. X2. Hexeuno pinched Wayne's waist secretly. Don't tease the walking lust, if anything comes at her. Wayne nodded secretly. Regardless of whether Hexeuno sacrificed himself actively or because of something else, he regarded it as jealousy. Wonderful. Wayne suddenly began to like Hea, and keeping her by his side was of great use, as it could speed up Hexeuno's fall. Restaurant lobby, where the main entrance is. The manager appeared as if teleporting and stopped 2 women in robes. The high-end restaurant refused to accept disheveled guests. Moreover, Heavenly Father has reserved the venue and will not receive other Heavenly Fathers tonight. The 2 women were Givenchy and Chikla. The latter dispelled the manager's doubts with a slight smile. Knowing that the 2 ladies were with the Heavenly Father who reserved the venue, he bowed to invite them in. The manager pulled out the chair, Sakra sat down, ordered a glass of juice, and looked at the frowning Wayne with a smile. See you again, Wayne. Sakra pulled down the grey hood, and her delicate face hidden by the bandage was very conspicuous, and Isabella even glanced at her in her busy schedule. Your Excellency is. Wayne glanced at Givenchy, who was in a daze and did not respond to his voice. Then he looked at the gray-haired woman who seemed to be blind, and his eyes were different. "Beauty, have we met before?" On the left and right, Hex Unyo remained calm, and Hea stood up with a cold face, waiting for Wayne to throw away the glass in his hand before rushing over. "I have seen you, in London. Wayne Detective Agency." Sukla recalled and said slowly, "If I remember correctly, you like potatoes very much. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment." Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 466. God likes potatoes very much. Is this a human saying? That doesn't mean I like it, it means I have no choice. Wayne swirled the juice in the glass and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Isabella. There's a roar, hum hum hum. Feeling like a fight was coming, Isabella's eating speed suddenly accelerated a lot. Wayne called it a shame. Isabella was fine everywhere, but she looked too ugly. He would never take her out in public in the future. "Wayne, you have changed so much." Sakra looked at a face covered in lipstick, shook his head helplessly, and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Sukla, Saint of Death, this is the second time we meet." "Saint of the Church of Death?" Wayne raised his brows and felt a little surprised for a moment. Hearing the meaning of the other party's words, he seemed to know his Death Knight's vest. Also, mention of Wayne Detective Agency. New version, Saint Death comes first. Don't be in a hurry. I couldn't show up when we first met. It would cause you great trouble. There were some things I couldn't say at the time, so I simply chose to avoid seeing you. Sakra spoke slowly, as if he and Wayne were old acquaintances. After saying so much, I don't even know you. Wayne interrupted the pleasantries. He was very sure that the Wayne that Saint Death knew was not him. Today was not the second time, but the first time they met. However, even though it was their first meeting, Sakra's starry gray hair color reminded him of an old friend. "It's not convenient to talk here. Can you let them leave?" Sakra raised his fingertips to feint the breath of the life force field, wanting to invite Wayne to talk alone. "Before that, let her go." Wayne looked at Givenchy. Shukla did not refuse. Having already met Wayne, it was meaningless to continue to control Givenchy. After unlocking the mental charm, Givenchy woke up as if from a dream. The memory of being manipulated was still there. He realized that he had made a big mistake, and stood there with a pale face, waiting for his faith to fade away. Wayne thought briefly and looked through Givenchy's bad memories of tonight. Entering the big tomb to look for the devil, after groping for a while, I didn't see a ghost. I bumped into Sakra's arms. Because of the nature of void life, I was pressed to the ground and rubbed. Very miserable. He was slapped in the face by Wayne at tea time, beaten violently by Gilun at 5 p.m., and rubbed by Sakra at 10 p.m. in just 8 hours. He experienced 3 life and death battles. Didn't win even once. The screen shows the arrival of the troll Andreas. In the screen, Sakra severely injures Andreas with one move and seals him to the kingdom of the underworld with one move. With just 2 glances, Andreas became the new joke from hell. This is not magic. The powerful strength shown by Death Saint made Wayne look at him repeatedly. The nuns are so strong that they have to log into the Pale Knight's account before they can be confident of defeating him. Sakra is a legendary mage who has shown the ability to kill demigods instantly. There is a big problem with her eyes. It seems to be connected to the kingdom of death. You did a good job. Although the mission failed, I saw your loyalty, weakness, and vanity. Wayne looked at Givenchy. The bad review made the latter kneel down on one knee. He did not ask for another chance and was willing to atone for his sins at the cost of his life. You passed the test. Wayne did not continue to embarrass Givenchy. The latter wandered around the underground tomb for a long time and could not find any trace of the devil. The only troll that emerged was lured out by Sakra. If you go back to the underground tomb, you will either find nothing or die directly. He waved his hand and asked Givenchy to sit down and have something to eat. Being beaten 3 times a day was too miserable even for an ox or a horse. Givenchy seemed to have received an amnesty, and sat obediently next to Isabella. When he saw a plate of exquisite snacks, he felt a murderous aura as soon as he raised his hand. Isabella. HMMHHHHHHH. Suddenly I lost my appetite. Your Excellency Saint, we can talk alone, but not at your place. Wayne's fingertips fainted with the breath of the life force field. Shukla's eyes were too evil. He didn't feel safe talking about things in the other party's home. It was safer to talk in his hometown. Sakra looked surprised and asked doubtfully, Legendary Mage, how long has it been? What's going on with your talent? The void life with extremely strong pollution ability made Sakra full of doubts. Suddenly, the new setting of the Legendary Mage popped up, making Sakra full of confusion. She knew that Wayne's talents were excellent, but Wayne's talents were all focused on death. He was very compatible with Shadow Nightmare and was born to eat the Death Knight. It stands to reason that the longer Wayne is in contact with Shadow Nightmare, the greater the impact he will receive. Like other divinely chosen knights, he should skip the normal promotion route of a magician and directly stay in the realm of demigods. The reality is not like this. It seems that Wayne has broken through the realm bit by bit and trained from scratch to become a legendary mage. Ridiculous, how long has it been? The knight's successor she handpicked, Wayne, was so talented, how could she not know about it? Sakra looked at the 4 beauties surrounding the dining table. Hangchi and Givenchy could be ignored, but the bespectacled and obscene girls on the left and right were very special. It's the breath of holy light. Very powerful. Sakra was a little unsure for a moment and pushed away the life force field just in case. Wayne smiled, spread out his life force field, and bordered with Sakra's life force field, clearly separated, each occupying one side, and no one launched an attack. At the same time, they chose to defend. Beside Wayne, the figure of Hexunyo emerged. The Archangel was curious about the reason for the visit of the Saint of Death. Hexunyo and Mona's memories overlapped. In front of her, Wayne had no other secrets except the Book of Greed. This time, he didn't hide it. Hexunyo wanted to hear it, so Wayne gave her a special seat. Of course, Hexunyo is not Mona. Mona doesn't have to pay any price to sit in the special seat, but Hexunyo can't. He wrote to Eos to get the ticket. The Archangel has already looked down on it. After breaking through the 0 time, he is less and less concerned about this kind of thing. On the other side, Sakra did not see that there was an extra person in Wayne's life force field, and said straight to the point, Wayne, you can't appear in Paris now. The previous Death Knight Roni will sense your presence. He will come to you and take back the Shadow Nightmare. Remind you, it's the Headless Knight, no, the Headless Infantry. Sakra was confused, thinking of Roni's current situation, and was surprised. Have you seen him? Do you know that he lost his head? I have met him once, but before that, Yulia told me about his situation. Wayne touched his chin. It turned out that the name of the Headless Knight was Roni. This was the first time he heard of it. The age of the Headless Knight is unknown. This old bone is the oldest among the 5 gods. It has been so long that the Death Knight has changed from a code name to a name. Mura, Leo, and Elaine are not sure what his real name is. The same is true for Yulia. According to her, the victim has forgotten what he used to be called and lives in the name of the Death Knight. Ranyi didn't tell Yulia what his name was, either deliberately concealing it or really forgetting it. Who is Yulia? A happy little mare. Both Wayne and Ranyi love her very much. Wayne dares to bet that as long as Yulia asks, Ranyi will be willing to be ridden by her. So, there is only one truth: Ranyi's brain has been empty for many years, and he really forgot what his name is. I forgot it myself, but the Saint of Death knows it clearly. The information is probably from the Goddess of Death. Wonderful. The Goddess of Death, the history teacher in Wayne's mind with fair skin, good temperament, long black hair, black stockings and red-bottomed black high heels, finally came online. Wayne, when did you meet Ranyi, and where? Sukla said nervously. In Windsor, the ruins of the god of storm and thunder. He was controlled by the Devil's Alliance, lost his head, and was forced to work for hell. Wayne talked about the situation at that time and winked at Heshino next to him. It was all a bad fate. Mona concluded that he was a reincarnated angel that night. Then it was given away for free. Buy one get one free. Hexunyo didn't want to talk to Wayne and rolled his eyes at him. That was because Hea wasn't there, otherwise he would have cursed again. Luo, the Dullahan, was half crazy and half stupid at the time. Sometimes he was loyal to the goddess, and sometimes he was willing to be a lackey of hell. He tampered with the Book of Seals. After meeting me, a wisp of thought appeared. After a short period of sobriety, he explained his own situation and warned me not to step into Paris. Otherwise, only one of me and him, the chosen knight, could survive, Wayne said. Since you know all this, why did you come to Paris? Sukla asked, puzzled. Does the saint think I will lose? Yes. Sukla nodded. Originally, he was, but now he is a little unsure. Wayne's change is far beyond imagination. Maybe he can fight with Roni 50-50. Do you want to make a bet? Bet on who can survive between me and the Dullahan. Wayne raised his eyebrows. Beside him, Hexunyo frowned and looked cold. She was familiar with this routine. If the prediction was correct, the Saint of Death would do something to let down the Goddess of Death. No, death is peaceful and tranquil, and there is no meaningless fighting. Sukla shook his head slightly, and said with a little sadness, although we are believers of death, we are not pursuing death. Betting with life is not in line with our beliefs. I hope you remember this. Wayne. It feels that the Church of Nature is even worse. Look at other churches. They have morality and strength, but nature has nothing. The only ruthless person, Senna, has now become a traitor. Sukla continued, leave Paris. Now is not the time for you to meet Roan. You have a good talent, but the time to get the Shadow Nightmare is not enough. You will lose to Roan. If he gets the Shadow Nightmare, everything is irreversible. What do you mean? What do you mean irreversible? Wayne frowned, thinking that Sukla had something to say. The strength of the Devil's Alliance has been further improved. With the control of the complete Death Knight, no one can stop the gate of hell from opening. Everything is irreversible, Sukla explained. Is it true or not? I always feel that this is not the reason. Wayne looked at Sukla with his eyes covered and the window of his soul blocked. It was very difficult to chat with such a person. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, Saint, I am the knight chosen by the goddess. We are all family. If there is any secret, just tell me. I will never betray the goddess. No, you are not the knight chosen by the goddess. I chose you and guided Yulia to bring the Shadow Nightmare to you, Sukla corrected Wayne's misunderstanding. Ah, this. Sukla told about the situation at that time, but the Riddler still only told half of it. She hid a lot and only told how to get Wayne to get the God's chosen artifact. She also told Wayne that she immediately left the breath of death at Wayne Detective Agency. Guided by this breath, Yulia followed the smell and went there. No, Yulia only found a dog. Wayne groaned inwardly, combing through the clues, and roughly understood what happened before the time travel. Sakra came to Wayne Detective Agency and found that Wayne was a good match for death. He left the coordinates and waited for Yulia's BA to come looking for the rider. Later, because of this breath of death, members of the Death Church came to the door, carved a mark, and brought the 3 cursed little ones over. William Probe.jpg. Veronica, Chris, there was something wrong with that guy at first sight, so we started investigating him. Veronica and Chris believed Willie's lies and became good sisters. Fate, wonderful. So that's it, but there's a problem. Wayne was puzzled. If he was marked by Sakra and was destined to become a Death Knight, why would he die? After all, if he doesn't die, Wayne will definitely have to fight for the real estate certificate with the original owner when he travels through time, instead of directly transferring the property ownership certificate, and easily completes the time travel and rebirth. Wayne had never thought about this issue before. After listening to Shakla's confident narration, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. What's the problem? The problem is huge. Wayne raised his hand and touched his heart. To tell you the truth, I died once. After that death, I was reborn and reborn. After that, I got the shadow nightmare. Hexeuno's heart suddenly turned to look at Wayne. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen something incredible. Shakla was confused and had no idea what Wayne was talking about. I don't understand why. Wayne is always talking about trains. How can Shakla keep up with his jumping thoughts? Your Excellency Saint, what I said is very clear. The breath you left caused me to die once. I can live because I saw the void and thus gain the power of the void. Otherwise, I would be dead, Wayne said grimly. Hexuno looked like he had seen a ghost. You. Sakra was extremely surprised. After a long while, he suppressed his shock and said hurriedly, tell me, what important figures related to death have you met, except for the Death Knight Ranyi? It's the Headless Horseman. Wayne corrected in a low voice, and then frowned and said, except for Ranyi and you, I have never seen and died. Oh, there is really one, the Observer Doom Spider Gryu, I have been invited by him. Gryu. Sakra's voice was bitter and dark, and he murmured, I hurt you, and you only died once because of me. It turns out that your identity as a knight has been known to them for a long time. Your Excellency Saint, if you hide me like this, it will be difficult for us to continue to communicate happily. Wayne took a step forward, pressed down his life force field violently, and enveloped Sakra. Then he raised his hand to take a photo of him beside him, and said condescendingly, tell me, what are you hiding? Shakla was surprised by Wayne's power. Before using the shadow nightmare, she had no power to resist. Don't just open your mouth, talk, Wayne urged. No, it's too early to tell you this now. What, you have to go through 2 tricks, I push you to the ground and beat you up before you will tell the truth. Wayne curled his lips, he was tired of this tone again. Even if you beat me, I still can't say it. Sakra pointed at his eyes and said, leave Paris, you can't meet Ranyi now. I will be responsible for rescuing him. You can only meet after he is safe. What a coincidence. I came to Paris to rescue him from the clutches of the devil. Wayne, he warned you. Without that warning, I wouldn't have come. Wayne closed his eyes. Yulia told me that he is an upright man, and I have seen it with my own eyes. He is indeed a good knight with a strong sense of responsibility. This kind of person should not be humiliated by the devil. I will punish him. Dig out his head and let him hold the shadow nightmare to ask for the price from the devil himself. Regarding the Headless Horseman, Wayne was disdainful but always convinced in his heart. Especially the other party's upright attitude as a sufferer, comparing one's feelings to one's own, he is absolutely inferior to. It's okay to save others with oneself, that's too awesome, he just loves the god of war and can't get into it at all. You are excellent. I saw the right person, Sakra praised. You are bragging about yourself. Wayne rolled his eyes. Your goal is to save the Headless Horseman, and my goal is the same. Save him, and send the devils who illegally cross the border back to hell. We are all believers of the goddess, and we can definitely cooperate. No. This girl is a bit weak. Headless. Sakra was taken into the ditch by Wayne without a second thought, and he changed his words, when Ranyi sees you, he will definitely fight with you. I can't take the risk of Shadow Nightmare changing hands, so I can only save him by myself. WWTT Kappa with Macron no. Just you, Wayne chuckled and used a tried and tested provoking method. Sakra pointed to her eyes. She might not be able to, but the goddess of death's power definitely could. Let me ask first, the headless horseman must not get the Shadow Nightmare, right? Yes. Then if you are surrounded by a group of demons and die without even seeing the Dullahan, what is the point of you coming to Paris? Come on, tell me why the Dullahan must not get the Shadow Nightmare. After all, I am the new god's chosen and I am qualified to know more secrets. Wayne held Sukla's shoulders and said firmly. He wanted to bleed for the goddess and sacrifice for his faith. No one could stop him. Sukla was very entangled. She felt two powerful hands on her shoulders, as if she had relieved a lot of pressure. She sighed and said, Wayne, you should have heard about the rumors of the transformation of the Church of Death. I have heard that there are many believers in the Church of Death, and the development is better than that of the Dark Church, but they are all small minions who are not up to the standard. There is no one who can really fight. Wayne nodded. Is there any connection? There was a civil strife in the Kingdom of Death. 3 gods betrayed the goddess. The goddess fell into self-seal and can no longer be contacted, Sukla said shockingly. Really? Are you sure the goddess is not idle and making fun of the believers? Wayne was shocked, and Hexunyo was also shocked. How could such a thing happen? Respect your faith. There is no such goddess, Sukla said dissatisfiedly. Really? Wayne muttered in a low voice. The dean of teaching was so bored. He was just tossing his lackeys all day long. Because of the goddess's loss of contact, the kingdom of God is now controlled by 3 subordinate gods, and the changes in the church are also caused by them. Although I am a saint, I was driven out of the church headquarters and have been avoiding the pursuit of the Pope. Speaking of this, Sukla laughed at himself. Now he should be called the Pope. There is no such thing as the Pope anymore. Since the Death Church changed and the Pope was renamed the Pope, the Death Church has lost the status of the saint. Because she moved overnight and disappeared, the other churches were not aware of this and thought that there was a saint in the Death Church. In fact, the goddess has lost contact, so what is the use of the saint? Wayne winked. No wonder the Dullahan was so miserable. The goddess of death didn't say a word. It turned out that she was autistic. Hey, wait a minute. Wayne looked at Sukla with a surprised look and said, the subordinate god is only a demigod. He is the pillar of the god to consolidate his own power. The 3 agents can't betray the goddess. They have the courage but not the ability. Did other gods take action? Yes. Who? After getting a positive answer, Wayne listed the correct answer, the goddess of nature. Nature has already taken action against death. I don't know which god it is. I only know that hell is involved in this matter. The devil knows the situation of the goddess, so he has the courage to imprison Roan. Sukla was angry. Roan was deceived by the 3 subordinate gods, received a false oracle, and stepped into hell, causing him to lose his head. Otherwise, those demons couldn't even come to the world, let alone defeat and control him. As expected, hell was also involved. Wayne nodded secretly. It took so many people from the 3 subordinate gods and the Devil Alliance to take down the Dullahan, but they still couldn't completely imprison his mind, causing Shadow Nightmare to be stranded outside. The value of the Dullahan is still rising. I understand. Because the 3 subordinate gods participated in the rebellion, the Dullahan can't see me. Otherwise, he will get Shadow Nightmare, and the power of the 3 subordinate gods will become stronger. There will be no way to rescue the goddess in the future, Wayne said slowly. How do you know my plan? Sukla was very surprised. Hexunyo curled his lips slightly and smiled disdainfully. This man may have a lot of bad habits, but his brain is really good, otherwise he can't deceive so many girls. It's not hard to guess, just sort it out. Wayne counted on his fingers. First of all, the three subordinate gods sent the Dullahan to hell, and they certainly did not intend to hand over the power of the chosen knight. Or, after Shadow Nightmare disappeared, they were eager to find a new knight, so they didn't take the Dullahan seriously. Because the goddess occasionally wakes up, or for other reasons, they are distracted and do too much. On the chosen continent, you have been causing trouble for the church. The Pope, no, the Death Pope cannot execute the oracle of the three subordinate gods, so no one comes to me. So, the goddess must still be alive in the kingdom of God. She will wake up briefly and drag the three subordinate gods. If you want to rescue the goddess, it is crucial to rescue the Dullahan. He is very powerful, powerful enough to fight against the subordinate gods. Only by liberating him can you enter the kingdom of God. Wayne analyzed and concluded, the premise is to rescue the Dullahan first, ensure his self-esteem, and then hand over the Shadow Nightmare to him, right? Sukla nodded repeatedly. This is the plan. She has a good vision and chose an extremely shrewd knight successor. This brain is much better than Ranyi. Just having fun, suddenly found something wrong. On his shoulder, Wayne's hand suddenly tightened. Sukla realized something was wrong and hurriedly said, "You are not a sacrifice. You will become the next Death Knight." "I have never." "No need to explain, I don't care. It's just a Shadow Nightmare. What if I give it back to the Dullahan?" "Don't underestimate my chivalry," Wayne waved his arms and said passionately. Sukla was deeply moved and extremely happy for the goddess. The two generations of knights were both rare moral role models. They will win. Wayne raised his hand to take Sukla into his arms, lowered his head and said, "You have been wronged over the years, and you have been running around trying to evade pursuit. I'm afraid you haven't even slept at all, okay?" These words touched on Sukla's grievance. In front of his own people, his strong mask was torn off, and he just wanted to complain loudly to vent his negative emotions. Her Hanat. Shameless. Since you are so tired, just take a good rest and leave the rest to me. Wayne whispered in Sukla's ear and stretched out the dagger with the map engraved on it, "But my strength is still a bit lacking. The Headless Horseman is so powerful. I'm afraid that some minor accidents will happen. Do you think your magic can teach me something?" Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 467. Wayne mentioned the two magic tricks that Sukla used on the troll Andreas in a tactful way. The dark man didn't say anything, he was very greedy and wanted it. Wayne could also defeat the troll. The five surnamed slaves had many tricks and definitely more means than Sukla, but he couldn't be as calm as Sukla and kill the opponent in a second with just 2 glances. Considering the combat power of the legendary Sukla mage, these 2 magic tricks are not simple and are very likely related to the goddess of death. New knowledge has appeared, how can we stagnate? Even if we have to cheat and pu, Wayne must get these 2 tricks. Mainly the second trick, opening and closing the door in 3 steps. It is fancy and looks very cool at first glance, which is very suitable for him who has a pretentious physique. The first trick is mediocre and has no special features. It is a standard force that can fly bricks. As long as you have enough knowledge, you can do it. Wayne, these 2 moves are not magic. Sukla was reluctant to leave Wayne's heart. After years of wandering, he hadn't enjoyed such peace for a long time, and he was a little reluctant to leave. The Death Knight spoke very nicely, he had morals and strength, and he felt safe with him. Warm, very reassuring. However, she was a saint after all. Even if she couldn't get in touch with the goddess, even if she was expelled from the church, she had to abide by the saint's code of conduct and keep a certain distance from the opposite sex. This was piety to faith, and it could not be crossed. If it's not magic, what is it? Wayne widened his eyes. He was new and had no experience. He hoped that Sukla would elaborate on this. For his own people, Sukla was almost unreserved and said seriously, when the three gods rebelled and the kingdom of God was in danger, the goddess came and gave me powerful divine power. This is not an ordinary magic. There are gods in my eyes. Gulp. Wayne was even more greedy. He wanted it and wanted it. Sukla, I know the current situation of the Dullahan very well. In addition to the terrifying power of the Devil Alliance, he himself is also insane and controlled by the devil. He regards us as his mortal enemy. Wayne, you don't need to say so much. Sukla interrupted with a smile, you risked your life to come to Paris to save Roni. You are a true knight. Your faith is beyond doubt. If possible, I am willing to entrust this power to you. The responsibility on her shoulders is too heavy. Sukla has been carrying it for too long. If possible, she really wants to put down this burden and have a good rest. But the divine power comes from the gift of the goddess. She can only use it, without ownership, and is not qualified to transfer it to Wayne. Try it, just in case it works. Too dangerous, this is God. No, 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 don't underestimate my faith. Believe in love, believe in bondage, and believe in my sincere heart for the goddess, Wayne said in a shocking voice. Obviously a PU, cheating others with skills, but his righteous look seems to be guarding justice. Hizayunyo turned his head to look aside, secretly saying that it was impossible. But Sukla hesitated. She believed in Wayne's talent in death, but this was not a question of talent. The power belonged to the goddess, and death had the final right of interpretation. If it happened, wouldn't she become a sinner for all eternity? Don't worry. I have been reborn after dying once. What can't kill me will make me stronger. I have experienced many worries like yours, and each time it was a false alarm. Wayne mentioned the matter of resurrection again, and attributed it to the blessing of the goddess of death. He was not an ordinary death knight, but the strongest knight who ended the chaos and saved the kingdom of God and the goddess. He would not sacrifice so easily. Sukla nodded. Resurrection was too outrageous. If there had to be a reasonable explanation, it could only be that the goddess had appointed Wayne early. This man might be like her, with divine power in his body. If she was a little braver, the goddess would give her power and guide her to find Wayne, so that she could entrust the divine power to Wayne through her. Thinking of this, Sukla nodded solemnly, Wayne, you have a heavier responsibility than me. Your mission is to save the kingdom of God. Don't die. I will never die before I see the goddess. I believe you. Sukla raised his hand to remove the grey bandage, closed his eyes, and slightly raised his head to show the whole face in front of Wayne. A face that looks like first love, pure and flawless, quiet and sweet, as pure as a girl next door. If it were before, Wayne would have been moved. Not now, since those women found out that he was an animal, they really used him as an animal, making him only want to do magic. Wayne, let me confirm it one last time, is this power necessary? Sukla hugged Wayne's face with both hands, his eyes half closed, and his eyelashes trembling slightly. Yes, I will defeat the Dullahan with my own hands. This is a duel between men. It is my promise to Yulia and my agreement to Ranyi. Wayne continued to consolidate his moral role model and said firmly, although it is not a battle of superiority or life and death, there is respect and admiration between me and the Dullahan. He is waiting for me to get power comparable to him, and I don't want him to wait too long. Is this a strange desire to win between you men? Sukla smiled lightly. This straightforward and sincere man is kind and upright. He dares to love and hate, and is extremely loyal to friendship. If she can witness the battle between these two knights, she will have no regrets in her life. Unconsciously, she became passionate under Wayne's continuous pu. Wayne is responsible for the mouth cannon, and she is responsible for the passion. Hexunio. None of these saints is very smart. It's good. Heaven likes to see more. Mona, say less. The devils in hell also like to see you now. Sukla opened his eyes and looked at Wayne with his grey eyes. It was not a monotonous grey, but a deep silver grey that could not be described by a specific color. It seemed to be fused with the debris of stars and flashing the light of distant galaxies. Under his eyes, a strange power surged undercurrent. Wayne stared at her, and his supervision allowed him to see more deeply. In these beautiful eyes, he saw a series of regular rhythmic information. Not only information, but also a figure. Sukla was not sure about the upper limit of Wayne's talent, nor was she sure whether the divine power could reside in Wayne's body. She admitted that she was gambling. In order to avoid regretting it for the rest of her life, she released her divine power little by little and communicated with Wayne through her eyes, instead of going all out to kill with her eyes. Unconsciously, the two faces got closer and closer. It was so close that Hexunio snorted coldly. Mona, what are you humming? Hexunio, if you can't hum, I'll help you hum. The undercurrent of power slowly invaded Wayne's eyes along the line of sight, enlarging Wayne's pupils. It can be seen that the freely contracting irises are composed of countless tiny tentacles. Whenever knowledge arrives, it is divided and swept away by the tentacles. No one is rejected. Confirming that Wayne is indeed the savior of the kingdom of God appointed by the goddess, Sukla no longer holds back, and suppresses his excitement and hands over all the divine power in his pupils. At the same time, a figure that cannot be detected by the naked eye, accompanied by the flowing knowledge, followed into Wayne's eyes. Huh! Wayne was surprised. In addition to knowledge, Sukla also transmitted a powerful thought. Wayne has only seen such high-quality thinking once. Dark Goddess. Sukla's eyes have the thinking of the goddess of death. It is not an exaggerated rhetoric. There is indeed a god in her eyes. Wasn't the goddess of death doing sit-ups in the kingdom of God? Why would the chosen continent have her thoughts? Wayne was secretly shocked. The situation in the kingdom of death seemed to be more complicated than Sukla's description. There was an enemy so powerful that the goddess of death could not defeat him. He had no choice but to place part of his thoughts in the body of the saint. Wayne carefully sensed that it was indeed the thoughts of the goddess of death. It was dead and quiet, just like she was really dead. Wayne had no reason to refuse a good thing that was delivered to his door. He dared to pollute the goddess of darkness, so there was no reason to leave the goddess of death, who was like an inflatable doll, untouched. The tentacles of thought entangled with it, polluting and eroding it a little bit, striving to turn death into its own shape in the shortest time. The progress was very slow, much slower than that of the goddess of darkness. Wayne had never seen the full picture of the five goddesses. Based on the various manifestations of opposing beliefs, he had a rough guess about their strength. Naturally, the two goddesses were in the first tier against death. Among them, nature has suppressed death, secretly planning to cause the three subordinate gods to betray, and the goddess of death fell into a deep sleep. She is the leader among the five goddesses, and her strength and scheming are superior. Light and darkness are in opposition, and the goddess of darkness is 1 against 2, which is in the second tier. Recently, she is planning the third subordinate god, which can be called the second tier half-step peak perfection. If she succeeds, she can catch up with nature and death. The sun and the moon have been huddling together for warmth. The two churches are neighbors. They work together to fight against darkness and guard against nature. The defense strategy of only defending and not attacking is very similar to Frank, which is definitely in the third tier. Death is stronger than darkness, and the tentacles invade death slower than darkness. This is natural and not surprising. But this is too slow. Wayne estimated that the goddess of darkness is not so weak. The part of his thinking that was polluted by him is probably the goddess of darkness playing a trick on him, and his life essence was deliberately polluted. Now the dark goddess has returned to the kingdom of God, bringing the polluted mind back with her. Who knows what kind of experiments she will do in the small dark room. Okay, you like to pursue excitement, right? You will cry later. Wayne and Sukla stared at each other for half an hour. Their noses were pressed together, and their breaths were exchanged and passed through their lungs. Wayne felt okay, but Sukla couldn't stand it. A little lack of oxygen. After a while, Sukla took 2 steps back. Due to lack of oxygen, her little face was flushed. She carefully sensed that the power in her eyes was still there, but from the initial endless supply, it became a little less and less. She was very puzzled and explained the situation. She was curious about Wayne's situation. Was it a success or a failure? It must have succeeded. Wayne said with certainty. With the help of the Saint of Death, the mind of the goddess of death was thrown into the tentacles by him and was currently being entered and exited in various ways. This mind was lifeless and could not be awakened even if it was polluted by him. It seemed that something was missing. Sukla's situation is easy to explain. The endless divine power comes from the thoughts of the goddess of death. Every time she uses a big move to empty the energy bar, the goddess of death will replenish it. The goddess of death moved, and the energy bar was naturally used up. It's not a big problem. I'll fill it up for you. Wayne stepped forward, and at Sukla's exclamation, he held the little face with both hands, looked into each other's eyes, and injected the surging death energy into the grey pupils. Sukla's body was transformed by the thoughts of the goddess of death. It's hard to say about other places, but this pair of eyeballs is definitely specially made, able to carry the death energy without collapsing. Considering that the human eye has its own immune system and other organs share another set of immune systems, the transformation of the eyeball will not affect other parts of the body. It can be seen that the history teacher also works part-time as a biology teacher. There is a certain overlap in the settings with the natural teacher in the health room, so it is no wonder that the two of them fought. Wayne glanced at the progress bar of the goddess of death's mind being polluted, and said to Sukla, "The power has been transferred to me, but you once had this ability, and the sudden decline in power will make you unable to start in battle. I will share my power with you to ensure your safety." Sukla blushed and squeaked. He is worthy of being the knight she personally selected. His character and morality are beyond reproach, and he has no idea of hiding anything. It's just. Can you stop talking? It's too close. The moral standards of the knight are unquestionable. He definitely has no idea of taking advantage. He is open and aboveboard and never thought of these things. Unlike her, she clamored for purity and rudeness when she was a little closer. She felt deeply ashamed and felt extremely cheap. Sukla has been wandering alone for many years, avoiding the pursuit of the church. In order to cover the novice Wayne, he had to ambush the church's killers. When he finally had some free time, he had to plan to rescue the headless knight Roni. 007's work pressure was full, worse than cattle and horses. Cows and horses still have grass. She can't contact the goddess of death, has no salary, and relies purely on faith and love to generate electricity. She was arranged clearly by someone suddenly, and she wanted to lie down immediately and throw all the pressure on Wayne. In addition, although the face so close to her was a little embarrassing, and she could feel the other person's temperature every time she breathed, she was not so repulsive to this serious face. Secretly inhale.jpg. Hexunyo. It's you who pushed the belly bar when you cheated others' strength. With the bloody example in front of him, Hexunyo secretly warned himself that he must not let the tragedy repeat itself on himself. Mona, wake up, your belly bar has been pushed to the bottom. What does repeating the same mistake have to do with you? It's almost the same as feeling uncomfortable. A few minutes later, Sukla was once again facing hypoxia, her head was buzzing, and the only thing in the world before her was Wayne's face, which was so impressive that she couldn't get rid of it even after closing her eyes. Wayne, that's enough. More, don't underestimate yourself, you can still hold more. It's really too much. Sukla broke free and stepped back, shook her head to dispel the faces in her mind, silently recited 2 sentences of the Bible of death, and regained a peaceful and calm state of mind. She covered her eyes with bandages again and asked curiously, Wayne, why don't you cover your eyes, are you sure it worked? People's physiques cannot be generalized, because I was reborn after death, and I was reborn, plus the life essence of the void, I am not a pure human being, Wayne explained. Hexunyo was thoughtful, resurrected from the dead, human and non-human. Isn't this exactly the same as the Son of God guided by the prophecy? However, how could this kind of stuff be the Son of God? He has no respect for heaven, and he blasphemes angels in various ways. This person has no faith at all. Hexunyo rejected such a Son of God. Heaven was not guilty of this. There must be something wrong. Yes, it was nonsense. I just happened to guess it right. However, Wayne was not clear about the prophecy. Among the reincarnated angels who came, only she and Ur knew the conditions that met the Son of God. If it was a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Moreover, Wayne's attitude towards the devil has always been to kill them all. He always took the lead and rushed in first. For a while, Hexunyo's heart was in turmoil. She sadly found that the golden shadow of the Son of God in her mind gradually became clear. He was wearing a white robe with gold edges, which looked like a human being. He raised his hands and talked about benevolence and morality. Son of God, God said, there must be love. In addition to physical fitness, there is also the will of the goddess. Wayne touched his eyes and said solemnly, I can feel it. I see death. The goddess is in my eyes. Without her permission, I can't master this power perfectly. Speaking of this, Wayne was still a little excited. This was the first time he had such a direct contact with the core knowledge and usage skills of the gods. Shadow Nightmare was the first to come, and the veil of God was also the first to be unveiled by death. He and the history teacher with long black hair, black stockings, and red-bottomed black high heels really match well. Let's go out and talk about how to rescue the Headless Horseman. Wayne just raised his hand, thinking of the room full of beauties of all kinds. He had to patch Sukla and update the current version. Sukla, to be honest, I came here on behalf of the Church of Nature. For the identity of the Death Knight, I pretended to come to Paris to destroy the devil. Church of Nature. Sukla was stunned when he heard this. Death and nature are not harmonious, you are too wronged. No, there was a sword called the Elemental Word, and although I didn't want to, I became a knight of nature. What? Not only that, I am also the knight of the sun, moonlight, and darkness, and was framed by the Heavenly Father Church as a reincarnated angel. Wayne explained the miserable situation of his 6 slaves, and mentioned the allies he recruited, the reincarnated angel Hea, the sun saint Kota, the moonlight saint Gilun, and the death saint Chikla, which can be said to be strong enough to break into the underground tomb head-on. Sukla was dizzy after hearing this, and after thinking about it, he didn't understand which goddess Wayne was the chosen knight of. She just handed the most important thing to Wayne, wasn't it a bit hasty? Sukla regretted it so much that she gave it to him just as her head was burning. After giving it, she realized that she didn't know this man well. Some people superficially believe in the goddess of death, but in fact they are very wild outside and visit the goddess's house. Sukla thought about it and was horrified. The goddess of death fell into a deep sleep and the goddess of nature was in the sky. As a knight of both goddesses, could Wayne have turned to nature because he disliked death? Sukla, you seem to be thinking of something very rude. Wayne looked solemnly, looked at the gray hair in front of him, and said loudly, "The peak produces false support, and the dusk witnesses the devout believers. My faith has been dedicated to death, let alone she just fell into a deep sleep. Even if she lost the kingdom of God, she is also my only belief." "Then why didn't you refuse the other artifacts?" Sakra said sadly. "I'm practicing my skills outside, so I can serve the goddess when I come back." "I feel aggrieved, too," Wayne said sadly. But this is too shabby. If they want it, you can give it to them. Where is the chivalry as promised?" Shikla hesitated, unable to accept that Wayne's perfect image was shattered. "The matter has reached this point. It's useless to say more. If you have to say it, you will actually bear the main responsibility." Wayne sighed. "Ha! If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have died once, I wouldn't have been reborn, and I wouldn't have been able to become the hotcakes that the goddesses are chasing after, and I wouldn't have violated my conscience again and again in order to keep the secret of my own death night." Wayne was quite sad. At this point, it's useless to say more. After all, you made the mistake unintentionally. Sakra vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know where to start. He said dryly, "This is probably not my fault. The reason why you came back from the dead should be the arrangement of the goddess. Okay, you pass the blame to the goddess, and I will report it when I encounter death in the future." Wayne's eyes lit up. "Yes, it's the arrangement of the goddess. She should be playing a big game. She has made me so outstanding and allowed me to successfully break into several faiths. She must be planning something." As he said this, he suddenly realized what he was talking about. What kind of goddess is resourceful, planning the battle, invincible, unprepared, stabbing in the back? In a word, his becoming a slave of the 6 families was all planned by the goddess of death. Since the goddess has already made arrangements, we must be safe. We don't need to think wildly. As long as we believe in faith, we can win." Wayne patted Sakra on the shoulder. "He works so hard to deceive you. I hope you don't appreciate it." Sakra was still confused. Thinking about the 5 gods being selected together, he felt unbelievable. He struggled, "With so much work, can you handle it? Do they really trust you, or are they pretending to fall into the trap? They have already seen the goddess plan. It should be true trust." Wayne looked around to make sure there was no one, and whispered in Sakra's ear, "These are secrets. No one knows it except you. I will tell you the biggest secret, especially my identity as a death knight. Don't tell anyone. I am very sure that those gods trust me. To tell you the truth, they not only gifted me with artifacts, but also issued an oracle to let the saint seduce me." Sakra choked for a moment. What kind of outrageous development is this? Is Wayne serious? Forgive her as a saint, a professional, who dares to slap her chest and swear that there is no such goddess in the world. It's true. The 2 saints, the sun and the moonlight, are seducing me now. Darkness and nature have also been seducing me for a long time." Wayne lowered his voice and glanced at Hexionio. "The glasses secretary next to me is a nun from Heavenly Father's Holy See. She also came with a mission. She is greedy for my body." Ah, this. Seeing that Wayne was serious about what he said, and it was as if he was telling the truth, Shikla was a little unsure for a moment and was ready to witness it with his own eyes. "I'm not lying to you, you will see it with your own eyes later. I am not happy to be seduced, and they are not happy either." "Well, they didn't succeed, right? I have succeeded in 2 so far, one is the Dark Saint and the other is the Archangel." "Wayne, speak." Shikla was anxious. "Ashamed. I was young and ignorant at that time. I was still a hot-blooded young man. I didn't pay attention and was succeeded." Wayne lowered his head, feeling extremely regretful. He said that it would have been better if he had persisted at that time and survived. "Did you all succeed?" Sakra's face turned pale, and he was worried that the night would be no match for the pillow wind, and his soul would be seduced by the coquettish saints. Can't. Wayne still has a mission to save the kingdom of God, so he cannot fail at this level. Who are you looking down on? I have some moral integrity, okay. You didn't succeed. Sakra's heart was filled with joy, and she knew that Wayne was still pious. Well, one of them succeeded, the one wearing glasses. She is very seductive. Wayne's eyes flickered, and he actively admitted his mistake and said, afterwards, I learned the hard way and decided to change my mind and be a good person, and I never let anyone else succeed. Sakra. With all due respect to her, her moral integrity has been lost. When Sakra didn't speak, Wayne's eyes widened. He had made a mistake, but he had already forgiven himself. He hoped that Sakra would learn to put aside reality and not care about these details. After all, it's all arranged by the goddess. If you don't break into the enemy saint, how can you break into the enemy's kingdom of God? Sakra raised his hand to cover his face. Wayne, it's not too late to let go now. You are playing with fire by dealing with these saints. You are not their opponent. I am afraid that you will burn yourself. Is it burning with desire? Isn't it used in this way? Why should I let go? Just because her purpose is not pure and she is not good to approach me. Seeing Sakra's contempt, Wayne was worried that his personality would collapse. He clenched his fist and coughed twice. They can have impure motives, but I can't. What's the difference between that and the scumbag who turns his face and refuses to recognize people after pulling up his pants? Think about it from another perspective. If I sleep with you, and then turn to the Holy Light sect, and we meet again, we will serve different masters. I will not only beat you, but also call you insulting words. What would you think? I don't think this assumption is valid. Just tell me if you are angry or not. I am really angry. This kind of scum should be torn into pieces. So, my conscience made me decide to make the same mistake again and again. Since I slept, I would definitely not pull up my pants casually. Wayne spoke generously and righteously about his greedy body, and then changed the subject. I didn't quite understand it before, but now I feel that this is the arrangement of the goddess. Those gods are fighting for me. As long as I sleep with all the saints, I can gain their trust and successfully infiltrate the other side as an undercover. Don't lie down and never come back. Sakra looked gloomy, and she also had a guess. She felt that those gods used the saints to instigate Wayne. Only by sacrificing a saint can the descendants of the Death Knight be kidnapped. It is a profitable business. No matter how you look at it, it is not a loss. If this assumption is true, Wayne is really important. The gods are worried that Wayne can save the underworld, so they sent the saints to seduce him to fall. Hiss hiss hiss. Sakra felt that the burden on her was heavier. Is there a possibility that the goddess has calculated everything and has calculated all this early, and entrusted her to transfer the power to Wayne? In fact, there is a hidden mission. Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 468. Okay, looking at the confused look on your face, I don't think you are very smart. Wayne patted Sakra on the shoulder. I can walk among many faiths intact, and I have reached the status I am today. I have my own way of doing things. You don't have to think too much. Believe me about the goddess. Just be pious. But if you were slept with, it was unfaithful. Sakra's face dropped. The night was not as perfect as she imagined. There were some flaws. Just in case, she had to help keep an eye on it, at least. At least drive out the saints of the natural church. Just in case, in the future, you can help keep an eye on me and at least block the two saints from the Sun and Moonlight Church. You don't even know that since they received the oracle, my eyes have been shining way and looked frightened. Sakra nodded. She did not reject this task. It was probably the goddess's intention. The secret of the Death Knight must not be revealed. The current situation of the goddess does not allow us to be high profile. Before rescuing the Headless Knight, all your actions must obey my arrangements. Wayne pointed at his eyes. He took over the divine power. Death chose him and obeyed his arrangements, which was the arrangement of the goddess of death. The Death Goddess doesn't have many younger brothers now, including 2 Death Knights and a saint. One of the Death Knights is controlled by the devil. The only person Shikla can trust is Wayne, and he is very happy for him to take the lead. She carried a heavy burden and moved forward. This time when she came to Paris, she was mentally prepared to sacrifice herself for Ranyi's freedom. The pressure made her breathless and she couldn't hold on anymore. After rescuing the Headless Horseman, Wayne glanced at Sakra and frowned slightly. I will discuss with the Headless Horseman how to rescue the goddess. You have a good rest and stay with me. I will be responsible for protecting you. The familiar sense of security is back. Sakra had been thinking about it for a long time and was about to agree when he said instead, you have more important tasks. I am being hunted by the church and I cannot bring trouble to you. Trouble? What trouble? That traitorous Pope of Death. Wayne sneered. I didn't bother him, so he should laugh out loud. If he dares to come, he will never come back. Sakra smiled. Yes, there is Death Knight Ranyi on the left, and Death Knight Wayne on the right. She is protected by a group of divinely chosen knights, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Of course, this is something to talk about later. The most urgent task is to rescue Ranyi. You came at the right time. We are short of a powerful output. I have prepared the plan. Paris also has 3 reincarnated angels. One of them is extremely powerful, enough to fight against the devils at the level of the 7 demon kings. We are like this, and so on. Like. After Wayne finished speaking, he concluded, although it is a bit sinister, the victory is safe. The Headless Horseman is too important. We cannot afford to lose and cannot gamble. Shikla nodded. She was not a pedantic person and fully agreed with Wayne's plan. After confirming that Wayne had come prepared, the smile on Shikla's face became more and more serious. She only exerted herself without using her brain, and food and shelter were provided. She had fantasized about such a relaxed and happy life for too long. Wayne patted her shoulder. Let's go, remember not to talk nonsense later. Don't worry, I'm professional in this area. Sakra smiled slightly, her pretty face instantly turned pale and bloodless, as if she had just been beaten. Wayne said nothing and gave a thumbs up. The life force field dispersed, and Wayne took Sakra back to the dining table. On the side, Hea glared at Hexyuno. Wayne spread out his life force field and did not take her, but took the shameless Yao Baichi. She knew she was committing a crime, but she couldn't help but be extremely jealous. Hexuno glanced at it and took out the makeup mirror to touch up his makeup with an expressionless expression. Hea immediately became scared, fearing that the archangel would be humiliated if she looked at him twice. Bang! Another lipstick mark appeared on Wayne's face. Hea was furious on the spot, banged the table and stood up. She had given up resisting, so why did she have to humiliate her in front of her and kill even the surrendered soldiers? Is this woman a devil? Boss, she is so scary. It's okay, don't be afraid, the boss will protect you. Sakra, the newcomer, looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't accept it for a while. Looking at the dazzling array of dishes on the table, she took a deep breath. She didn't need to think too much. Wayne had his own way of doing things. She just had to be responsible and quiet. Speaking of which, it seemed like she hadn't enjoyed life for a long time. Let's have a dessert first. This cream cake looks delicious. Hey, there is murderous intent. HMMHHHHHHH. Forget it, let's continue drinking juice. Let me introduce, This is Your Excellency Saint Sakra of the Church of Death. I just had a cordial and friendly meeting with her. She deeply realized her mistakes and apologized for her previous arrogance. Wayne opened his small mouth and talked some nonsense, and finally concluded, now Sakra has become an ally and decided to join the righteous camp against the devil. After saying that, seeing the lack of interest among the group of people, he shrugged silently. Isabella, eat quickly, we should go back. When they arrived, there were only Wayne and Mona in the black car, which was spacious enough for them to spar in the back seat. On the way back, 4 more people were packed in, and it was suddenly overloaded. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. They are all slim ladies, so if you squeeze in, there will still be plenty of empty seats. Wayne was in charge of driving. He used the rear-view mirror to glance at the back seat. Hea, who looked like she was thinking the 7 deadly sins, Givenchy, who was loyal, Isabella, who could still eat, and Sukla, who had just been beaten up, all had elegant curves, which made him want to sit in the back seat. To be honest, 3 of these 4 people would come forward immediately if he just beckoned. Although the last one, Sukla, would not come forward, he would definitely not run away. Boss, restrain yourself, your mouth is almost grinning to your ears. Hexunyo sent a voice through his mind, asking Wayne to maintain the appearance that a superior should have. Why do you suddenly care about this? Wayne asked curiously, thinking of something, and his eyes lit up. You accepted me, so I am not pure anymore, so you are going to break the jar and try to dress me up to match you, right? Hexunyo looked unlucky. This was not a question of whether he was worthy or not, but if, she said if the son guided by the prophecy was Wayne, then she should be the one who was not worthy. Of course, Wayne is not worthy of heaven, and she still refuses such a bad son of God. Hizayunyo felt like a thorn in her throat, and she couldn't wait to ask clearly. She urgently needed a clear understanding of resurrection from the dead and about being like a human but not a human. The memories of Hizayunyo and Mona are in the fusion stage, and almost all of her understanding of Wayne comes from Mona. Beauty is in the eyes of a lover. Mona looks at Wayne with tinted glasses, and her admiration is mixed with love, so her evaluation is not fair, and all of them are positive images. Hizayunyo disdains these memories, but she can't make the decision. Mona forced her to be involved in them, which led to her own polarized evaluation of Wayne. Except for Wayne's attitude towards the devil, Hizayunyo thinks that she can't find a common topic with Mona. Today, she carefully sorted out these memories, even those with colors, and read them all. Very bad, I feel involved. This is not the point. The point is that in Mona's cognition, Wayne's appearance is not human, but the part about resurrection does not exist. Hizayunyo knew that Mona did not know Wayne at that time, and if she wanted to know the details of resurrection, she could only ask in person. This is where Hizayunyo is entangled. She knows Wayne very well, and she knows how smart this man is. Once she is too straightforward, Wayne will guess the detailed information of the Son of God. Hizayunyo is not sure whether Wayne was fooling Sukla before or he is serious. If it was fooling, and she asked again, she dared to bet that Wayne would take the opportunity to pretend to be the Son of God and do some unreasonable things to her. If she disagrees, she will be accused of crimes in the name of the Son of God. If she agrees, she will be said that she blasphemed the Son of God, lured the Son of God to fall, and was an undercover planted by hell in heaven. She knows Wayne too well, and the bastard can really do it. It is not right to ask, and it is not right not to ask. Hizayunyo is hesitant and has a dilemma. Moreover, she didn't have much time left. She didn't know whether Mona had seen her thoughts, let alone whether Mona had secretly told Wayne about these thoughts. It would be best if she didn't, but as the memories merged, Mona would know the prophecy of the sun sooner or later, and then Wayne would know everything. After thinking for a long time, Hexunyo looked at Wayne and sent a telepathic message, "You said you died once, Is that true? Why ask this? I, I don't know either, but, I feel a little uncomfortable after hearing these things, and I'm afraid you will die again, Hexunyo said coldly. Distant concern and indifferent confession are very much in the style of the archangel. She is getting better and better. Wayne raised his eyebrows, content with the melting of the iceberg. Under his unremitting digging, he finally touched the fragile heart. At this time, he should take advantage of the victory and send a bunch of vows after the peace is settled. It's a pity that he can't hit. A car full of people are watching, and his face is not so thick, let alone Hexunyo. If he succeeds, Hexunyo will kill everyone. If he can't hit him, he can't hit him. Wayne retreated and recovered his mind. There was a slight bleakness in his words. In January 1938, I was just a small person who was waiting to die. I shouted desperately, but you wouldn't even look at me. That day, I died. Really, dead. Then what? Hexunyo held his breath. Then you lived, otherwise how could I take away your purity? Wayne teased, and found that this sentence did not fit the atmosphere of selling misery, so he changed his words decisively. I don't know how I survived. Those words before were to deceive Sukla. When we first met, we had to tell some white lies in order to win the trust of our allies. I know you are good at lying to girls, skip these useless things and get to the point. Hexunyo was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. I was wrong, you continue. X2. Pa. Asshole, he's driving. At this time, you really don't know how to restrain yourself. Hiya in the back row was immediately furious. Looking at the undulating mountains, it can be seen that she is about to explode. Shut up. Hizayunyo turned back coldly, with a golden light flashing in his eyes. Don't disturb me when I'm doing my work, otherwise. Otherwise, Hizayunyo didn't say, leaving Hiya to think about it. The four people in the back row saw the secretary get angry for the first time, and they were all a little scared. They didn't know why they were afraid, but they knew that the crisis sense was desperately warning that this woman was not easy to mess with. If they got into trouble at this time, they might lose their lives. Sakura was secretly shocked. Such a powerful woman, no wonder she could sleep with a Death Knight. No, she was worthy of being a Death Knight. She had won over such a powerful foreign aide. With so much preparation and so much effort, he would definitely be able to rescue Ranyi. Unlike Sakura's imagination, Heya didn't think that much. She was shocked by the majesty of the glimpse and her mind went blank. When he came back to his senses, the shock was replaced by intense shame and self-blame. She flinched. Not only did she fail to protect the Archangel's purity, she also developed fear in the other party's provocation. She was not a qualified subordinate and was not worthy of such an excellent archangel. Clenching his fists, he was sulking at himself in the back row. Wayne glanced at Hexunyo in confusion. He didn't understand why she was so angry. In his impression, Hexunyo took good care of Hiya. Even though the latter repeatedly offended, he just beat her and tore her clothes. At present, commit. Well. In short, what bad intentions can such a gentle archangel have? It's purely a personal grudge, and he just warned Heya not to be stubborn. That glance just now seemed more or less businesslike. Wayne could tell that Hexunyo had leaked the aura of the archangel. If he hadn't been impressed by it first, Heya would have seen through it. It's outrageous. Hexunyo even ruined his character in order to keep it secret. It must be weird to be so serious all of a sudden. Wayne thought for a moment and contacted Mona to ask her what was going on here. Mona didn't pay attention at first, until she read Hexunyo's thoughts, and then she tremblingly transmitted the message and explained the information about the Holy Son. Back from the dead. Inhuman. God among men. Those who meet the above conditions are the Son of God. Mona was so happy that her mind was trembling. Some time ago, She was depressed because the reincarnated angel was looking for the reincarnated angel and made a joke in heaven. Unexpectedly, she did not find the reincarnated angel, but she directly found the Holy Son. He completed the mission of the reincarnated angel before he even awakened. You are a little too happy. My resurrection from the dead is not a literal meaning. Wayne complained in his heart, noticing that Mona's admiration continued to rise. He raised his head and raised his chest, making the little red flower on his chest even more dazzling. The explanation was useless. Mona would definitely not believe it, and in that case, he would not explain it. Speaking of which, being resurrected from the dead, appearing to be human but not human, becoming a god among men, isn't this the setting of Superman? Wayne complained silently, what does it have to do with me, Wayne, that you are looking for Clark? Just because Wayne and Clark are good friends, wait a minute, the Holy Son won't really be called Clark, right? Wayne shook his head and muttered, talking to himself, and no one knew what he was talking about. I'm asking you a question, let's get to the point, Hexyuno urged. Look, it's urgent. Wayne frowned slightly. The archangel had already put it into his mouth. Since he had eaten it, he was not going to spit it out. He was determined to be the Holy Son. He also happened to meet the above three conditions. Wayne is dead, Wayne is alive equals comes back from the dead. Beings in the void wear a human skin and do nothing, they look like humans but are not human beings. Copying the idea of the ancient god equals the god on earth. There's nothing wrong, the equation holds, and the Son of God, Wayne, comes tonight? Wayne was convinced that he met all the above settings. He could pretend to be this Holy Son with confidence. Speak. That's it? Wayne frowned and thought, referring to the Holy Son he knew, and said in a leisurely manner, my death has nothing to do with Sakra. As for the specific situation, I was immortal at the time, and I didn't know so much. All I know is that he died for about 3 days and then suddenly came back to life. Heshino listened carefully. After my resurrection, I gained the power of the void. My life essence is no longer human. I have a big eye, which is very similar to your angel's eye of judgment. This is how Mona misunderstood me. I have to sign a contract to live or die. Point. Bang. In the back row, Heo was so angry that her branches were trembling, and the extent of the trembling attracted 3 astonished looks. Givenchy brushed the long hair around his ears, Sakra touched the bandage in front of his eyes, Isabella swallowed, no one said anything, and they tacitly pretended that nothing happened. After rebirth, I became a void life but maintained a human mentality. I once rejected the invitation of the ancient god on Longzin Island. He showed me what a true god is. I don't want to give up the appearance and emotions of a human being. He has not become like him. Mona knew what happened after that. My magic talent became extremely exaggerated overnight. No matter how complicated the knowledge was, I could learn it at a glance. This is how I got my identity as the god's chosen knight. In fact, I didn't know anything about it at all. I didn't get the consent of the goddesses. The same applies to the 7 deadly sins and the golden rule. You can get started by just touching them. For me, magic just needs tentacles. Although I am not a demigod, I can create dependents. The first dependent is Aben, then Abio, and those in the library. I resurrected them. I also awakened many superpowers, such as flying, and a strong affinity for the 4 elements. Wayne said a lot. The black car parked at the back door of the Nature Church's library. He opened the door and got out of the car just in time to finish. This is my situation. I'm still investigating the specific reason for the resurrection. I can't give you an explanation for the time being, but according to my guess, it should be related to the void, Wayne said in a message. Is there a possibility that it has something to do with heaven? Hexyuno asked in his heart, and unconsciously, his clenched fists were filled with sweat. Wayne may not know that the evolution of heaven is also closely related to the void. From the highest-ranking seraphim to the lowest-ranking ordinary angels, all lives that step into heaven will transform towards the void. This man is the Holy Son. Mission accomplished. Heshino said it was unbelievable. The person who found the Holy Son and led the Holy Son to the path of the Holy Light was Mona. Rounding it all off, it was her. Rounding it up again, without the hell seal imposed by the devil's sneak attack, she would not have known Wayne if she had awakened early. The Pope and the Demon King are pretty good. Heaven has to thank them. Although there are some unpleasant interludes in the middle, the result is good. If it is the Holy Son, she can say with a clear conscience that she has not lost her purity. The knot that troubled Heshino was instantly resolved. What happened to the Holy Son and the Archangel? Could that be called a loss of purity? It was clearly a step forward on the basis of purity. That's it, you can't go wrong. Hexyuno felt relieved and opened his eyes again. The way he looked at Wayne was different. Regardless of whether she wants to admit it or not, she has found the Son, ignoring the Son's moral quality. The task has been completed. She only needs to wait for the memory to be fully integrated to regain the power to return to heaven. This is sure. Different stances lead to different ways of looking at things. In the past, Hexuno felt that Wayne looked at whichever thing was enough, but now it is different. The Holy Son is of great importance, and personal safety must be placed at the forefront, followed by moral quality. It can be corrected the day after tomorrow, but it is still too late to reverse it now. Hexyuno thought a lot and got stuck on how to implement this step. First of all, it doesn't matter what she says, Wayne has the highest say, and secondly, Mona. If she can't even convince Mona, how can she convince Wayne? You can't wear pajamas every time, it's too depraved. Besides, if you didn't know before, you won't be blamed if you don't know. Now that you know, you can't offend the Holy Son again and again. Her Hano's troubles were broadcast live to Wayne's mind by Mona. The latter nodded secretly and asked Mona to cooperate and not interfere too much in the Archangel's decision-making. He wanted to see what methods the Archangel would use to guide the Holy Son, who was uncomfortable without falling, to be positive. When the office door opened, Kote and Gilun looked confused. It had only been a while, but why did they bring two more beautiful women back? Also, who is this fierce woman? She looks so nasty. Introduction: this is Hea, the undercover agent I arranged in the reincarnated angel. There is another undercover agent who continues to lurk. She has returned to the team and will join us in destroying the devil. Wayne introduced everyone. This is the Death Saint Sakra. She came to investigate the Headless Horseman. She has the same interests as us. She and I exchanged greetings. She will listen to me in the future. Kote, Gilun, you are both saints, let's have a good communication. Wayne looked at the confused faces of the people and saw that there were colorful people in this room, including blonde hair, brown hair, platinum hair, red hair, gray hair, and a touch of green. He touched his black hair and sighed, there are not many colors left in the magic world. We don't have much time left. Somewhere in Paris, three figures met in a bar, two men and one woman. The three demon kings on the surface of the Devil's Alliance are Blood Lord Njima, Night Lord Cedaras, and Abyss Spider Queen Malsha. They create their own container in the human world, and thoughts can come to them. Andreas was expelled and said he saw death. Citras recounted the incident, the two churches of Sun and Moonlight were purged, and I don't know who did it. The Holy See has been wiped out. It can be confirmed that it was caused by angels. People from the Papal State are here. Overnight, we seem to have become enemies of the entire God's chosen continent. Isn't this great? The gates of hell are about to open. For such a grand stage, it is natural to invite more audiences, and Goyamo laughed ferociously. Where's the Church of Nature? Do you want to take action as planned? Malsha picked up the red wine glass. According to the procedure, it is safer to entertain them. Citrus looked at Malsha. Let your familiar go there. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. It may be dangerous over there. It will spread wrong information to them. What about the Lord of Jealousy? I don't know what to do, that guy is crazy. Don't worry about the Lord of Jealousy for the time being. His target is Lundan, just borrowing the gate of hell. Saeed Oraz shook his head slightly. Malsha nodded, without making any comment, bid farewell to the two allies, and dived into the darkness. She wants to find a suitable descendant for her master, the Lord of Lust. Some time ago, we had already identified a character, and it was time to talk to him tonight. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 469. Night. Saint Lazare train station. In the deep darkness, a mysterious woman appeared like a phantom, wearing a black long skirt that seemed to be cut from the night. The skirt swayed with her light steps, exuding a unique dark charm. She wore a wide-brimmed sun hat with a slightly tilted brim, covering most of her face. Her slender arms were mostly covered by black long-sleeved gloves, and the exposed part was as white as snow, and the skin on her face was bright white in the night. A standard beauty, with impeccable appearance, figure, and temperament, with an intoxicating and seductive charm. If she wasn't a devil, it would be even better. Abyss Spider Queen Martya. Martya stopped at the bench under the street lamp and sat down slowly. Her two straight long legs overlapped under the black skirt, revealing only a calf that could eat 3 bowls of rice. Click. She opened her handbag, took out the cigarette box, and lit a slender cigarette. The night sky, the street lights, and the charming beauty sitting alone in a corner, the picture is like an enchanting black rose slowly blooming in the night. The stunning beauty is fascinating. The person she is waiting for has not come yet, but Martya is not in a hurry. She opens her purple lips slightly, holds the cigarette, leaving a light purple lip color, and then exhales a cloud of white mist elegantly. Martya is one of the 3 giants of the Devil Alliance. In addition to the 7 demon kings in hell, the powerful demons ranked at the top have enough strength to call themselves demon kings. This is indeed the case. The 72 most powerful demons in hell are collectively called the 72 demon kings. 65 demons pointed at the 7 demon kings. The 72 of us are too strong. 7 demon kings, what level, and we are called demon kings together? So, the 7 demon kings have another exclusive name, the 7 demon gods. There is no god in hell, and the gods don't speak. The 7 demon kings are called the 7 demon gods. The demons are convinced and think they are very reasonable. The law of hell is the 7 deadly sins. Everything in hell originates from the 7 deadly sins. The 7 demon kings divide and share the 7 deadly sins. All creatures in hell have direct or indirect connections with them. Either a creation, a family, or a descendant of a creation and a family. Marcia was once a servant of the Lord of Lust. She was loyal and ambitious. The Lord of Lust admired her very much and divided a territory for her to venture out. Marcia is not a servant of creation. Her body is not a succubus like the Lord of Lust. Her upper body is a perfect human female form, and her lower body is a spider. She has her own evolutionary route. After obtaining the territory, her ambition grew with her fist strength. She gradually alienated the Lord of Lust and regarded herself as the queen of the abyss spider. She is quite famous in the hell where the strong are king. After all, she is a devil. She is rebellious if she is skinned. What she does is very characteristic of hell in the eyes of other devils. It is the regional culture of hell. There is nothing wrong with it. Even, the growth history of Martya is very inspiring. Martya is a native of the abyss. Like the abyss python Sosna, they are all abyss life. After the hell conquered the abyss, the 7 demon kings joined forces to divide the abyss and launched a brutal cleansing of the natives. The 7 demon kings are still very reasonable. The natives of the abyss either surrender and become dogs or serve as dishes. The demon kings will not force it and respect the choices of all lives. Sosna chose the third way. He couldn't fight and didn't want to be a dog for the demon king. He escaped from the abyss and became a dog for the dark goddess. Martya didn't have the luck of Sosna. He couldn't escape from the abyss. He didn't want to become a dish, so he chose to offer his loyalty to the Lord of Lust. After that, he worked hard, was brave and diligent, smart and capable, and exquisite. He defeated a group of little bitches and obtained a piece of territory from the Lord of Lust according to the first place promotion system. In the eyes of outsiders, Martya first endured humiliation and then became bigger and stronger, perfectly cutting off the original master, the Lord of Lust, and enjoying a position in hell. Only Martya herself knew that her master was still the Lord of Lust, and ignoring her master was just her master's task. Except for the territories of the 7 demon kings, the other territories of hell have been in constant war for many years, and have never stopped. Every day, it is either backstabbing or being backstabbed. Martya was ordered to infiltrate them and convey first-hand information to the Lord of Lust. The effect was very good, and it found an opportunity for the Lord of Lust to come to the world. The child of the Lord of Greed, the Blood Lord Engiema, has been the son of the Demon King for a long time, and he is eager to make a move, and he also wants to be a Demon King. He found the Lord of the Night Sitolas who has the same ambition. The two of them decided that we should have brains and force, and we only need a slut and a group of cannon fodder to complete the task. The Devil's Alliance was established, and Martya took the third place. In the alliance, Sitolas was responsible for intelligence, Engiema was responsible for fighting, and Martya was responsible for personnel management. Sitolas was wild and could get information everywhere. Engiema was very strong, and few demons could beat him except the 7 demon kings. Martya was beautiful and had studied at the Succubus University. When she was the human resources manager, everyone was submissive. Each had his own strengths and responsibilities, and the only thing missing was an opportunity. The 7 demon kings were too strong, and even if they formed a devil's alliance, they could not replace any of them. Only by opening the gates of hell, turning the world into hell, expanding their territory, and then counter-attacking hell from the world, could they possibly replace them. Here comes the opportunity. Sitolas got the news from somewhere and made a deal with the 3 subordinate gods of the underworld to trick the Death Knight into hell. The Devil Alliance rushed forward and successfully captured this monster at the cost of most of its members being seriously injured. If it weren't for the home advantage and the sneak attack by one of the 3 subordinate gods, Wings of Winter, Xizoan, it would be hard to say who would win. Hell is sealed by heaven, and it is difficult for demons to descend to the human world. The stronger the demons, the more difficult it is to descend. Even if they succeed in descending, they will not be able to exert their full strength due to too many restrictions. Unless the gate of hell is opened, the demons can descend perfectly. The Devil Alliance cannot descend to the human world, but the Death Knight Ranyi can. In addition, the special topography of the underground tomb is enough to open the gate of hell to connect the 2 worlds. All the conditions for a perfect descent are met, which is a sure thing. As an undercover planted by the Lord of Lust, Martya reported the intelligence to her master as soon as possible. She will monitor the opening of the gate of hell. As long as the time is right, the Lord of Lust will be the first to descend to the human world. After that, he occupied the human world, counterattacked hell, and became the only demon god. Thinking about it, I am a little excited. Unfortunately, I can't move. The subordinates work hard, but the leader is a fishy and stinky salted fish. The Lord of Lust has been obsessed with beauty recently. I don't know where he picked up a male lover. Every day, he is either repaying the favor with springs or on the road of wet souls. He is a toy and loses his ambition. Although the leader is unreliable, Martya still has the dream of becoming the general manager of hell, and personally found a suitable container for him. By the way, the gate of hell has been opened. Although it is not fully open, it is also open halfway. The three giants of the Devil Alliance have been able to descend, and they all have extraordinary power in the human world. Click. Another slender cigarette was lit. Martya narrowed her eyes slightly, intoxicated by the fragrance of the human world. In her squinting purple eyes, a beautiful figure slowly walked over. The visitor is also a woman. She had long blonde wavy hair, red lip gloss, a round hat, and a black knee-length skirt. Her legs were wrapped in black silk. The woman put her hands in front of her, holding a small bag. Her steps were elegant and refined, like a firefly in the dark, with a charm that could not be ignored. It was difficult to describe this charm. It was not the fatal black temptation of Martya, nor the holy majesty of the angel. It was somewhere in between. The woman sat next to Martya, with a straight waistline, and seemed a little nervous. She had a face that Wayne was obsessed with. For her, Wayne, a former spy, wrote a diary from love to marriage. He read it every night and became thinner and thinner. William had read this diary, which was quite amazing. It was possible that Wayne was exhausted to death. Lily Hayworth. Singer, movie star, frank intelligence agent, Wayne's undercover colleague. As a spy trained by the Frank Intelligence Agency, Lily is very loyal to the country. She has no magical talent and is not reused. After a period of training, she was sent to Windsor to engage in espionage activities, using her singing and dancing skills to attract the Union Jack of Old London and obtain business, political, military and other intelligence from it. Lily is responsible for collecting intelligence, and Wayne is responsible for conveying intelligence. This is how the radio station of Wayne Detective Agency came about. By chance, Lily sacrificed her artistic pursuits to raise Wayne's image as a womanizer, allowing him to successfully penetrate the Landau family. She offended the big capitalist Austin, so she could not continue to mix in the London art circle. Her superiors confirmed that her mission was barely completed and transferred her back to Paris. Lily did not sleep with Austin, but Wayne slept with Austin's daughter, which was considered to be a barely completed mission. After returning to Paris, Lily continued to be active in the art circle. After the movie King Kong became a big hit, her value was improved, and she was gradually valued by the intelligence agency, and the mission targets she came into contact with also rose to a higher level. It's good. Now that she's a goddess, she doesn't have to flirt like before. Just be dignified. After that, Wayne's value rose steadily, to a point that stunned the Frank Intelligence Agency. She was once a nobody, but she suddenly became someone who helped Austin to rebel successfully. Afterwards, it was found that the reason why Wayne easily broke into the Landau family was not because he slept with Austin's daughter. That was a rumor. The truth was that Wayne was Austin's biological son, the blood of Austin in Paris. It was an accident. As for Austin's original daughter, that is, who, after careful investigation and analysis by the Frank Intelligence Agency, it was found that she was actually picked up. In other words, there was no brother sleeping with his half-sister, but a biological son sleeping with an adopted daughter. The taste was not pure, and she was no longer aristocratic. As Wayne's value went up, Lily's value also went up. She didn't have to go out to do tasks, she became a real goddess, and she also got the title of senior clerk in the intelligence agency. Promotion is a good thing, but the international situation is not optimistic. He is submissive to the outside world, beaten by Prussia, used by Windsor, and strikes hard internally, focusing on an internal struggle. Lily watched a group of insects destroy the country but could do nothing. She had a vague premonition that Frank could not withstand the steel torrent of Prussia. Even if he did, he would be seriously injured again and completely become Windsor's younger brother. After the promotion, Lily gradually understood the world and knew that there were mysterious beings such as magicians in the world. The goddess is not just an illusory belief, heaven and hell are real. She is beautiful, has literary expertise, and is proficient in various intelligence skills. The reason why she is not reused is because she has no magic talent. Cultivating an elite requires a lot of resources, and cultivating her is purely a matter of luck, focusing on randomness. It doesn't matter if you can't get it, because such a beautiful vase can be digested well internally and can bring in a lot of funds for the Intelligence Bureau. Even so, Lily did not hate her motherland. She just hated this kind of insect. She started to collect information on occult science and tried to find a way to save the country. His hard work paid off. He came into the sight of the Black Logic cult, and was spotted by Marcia. Marcia's current container is also a female agent, and she knows Lily. After a little analysis of the information, she knows what Lily desires. She longs for power, the power to save the country. The devil will not fulfill people's wishes. That is the work of the jinn. The devil will only use people's ambitions to achieve their own wishes. Marcia thought Lily was a talented person and handed over a business card when they met for the first time. Today is the second time they met. Lily, you don't have to be so uptight, just relax. I don't eat women. Marcia tilted her head slightly, her purple eyes as deep as pool water seemed to be able to pierce people's hearts. The gun in the handbag can't kill me. I allow you to keep the weapons for self-defense, but I don't want to see you in embarrassment. Do you understand? Lily looked shocked, but quickly calmed down. You misunderstood. I am not naive enough to kill the devil with a pistol. This gun is used to commit suicide. No. What? You will not commit suicide. People's footsteps will not stop before their dreams are realized. You are a person with faith, strong enough and refuse to die. Marcia is an old devil, and she can control it easily. Lily. She smiled and said, I used to be like you. My country was invaded and my people died in the war. I could do nothing but watch everything disappear. My country has not been conquered. Soon, isn't it? Marcia shook her head slightly. The intelligence coming from the front line is getting more difficult day by day. Frank made a fatal mistake. Your leader is ridiculous and unable to reverse the situation of defeat. The land under your feet will surely fall. Don't underestimate that line of defense, Lily insisted. She didn't believe this herself. Except for her mouth and the gun in her handbag, no part of her body was hard. Marcia took her time and enjoyed the pleasure of rubbing salt into the wound. That line of defense will be surrounded from behind, and the defeat is determined. You will soon receive news of the disastrous defeat on the front line. Frank's leadership is seriously divided, and his will is fragmented and not unified, and the policies are contradictory. If you want to save this country, you can only rely on yourself. We still have allies. He. Marcia smiled. What kind of ally? Windsor, who has a century-old friendship with Frank. Yes. Lily nodded vigorously. Windsor had a successor of Frankish descent. She believed that Wayne would not stand idly by and would definitely do something. I've seen some information. Marcia elegantly lit a cigarette. Knowing that Lily had an illusion about a certain colleague, she smashed it with a smile. Power is the best poison in the world, far more terrifying than us devils. In fact, you know very well in your heart that that person he won't come back. He has everything in Windsor. Why would he return to Frank just because the president will award him a patriotic medal? Lily was speechless, and the Intelligence Bureau also took a pessimistic attitude towards this. Wayne was out of control, and continued contact with him could only be based on wooing him. Now Wayne no longer cares about threatening to reveal his identity. Frank has no allies, is no match for Prussia, and is destined to be enslaved in the occupied territories. Malsha looked at Lily and handed over the lit cigarette. I see talent in you, which makes me believe that only women can save this country. Lily took the cigarette, looked at the grey cigarette butt after the flames burned, and said expressionlessly, then what's the price? Descent into hell. Malsha said slowly, either you will fall into hell, or your country and people will fall into hell. There is no possibility of a third party. As long as I fall into hell, I can save Frank. You think too highly of me. No, 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 you underestimated yourself. You are very talented, but it has not been discovered. What talent? The gift of becoming a devil. Malsha approached Lily, shrouding her in a wide-brimmed black sun hat. I can smell the blood of hell flowing in your body. You will become a powerful devil. With this power, you can change everything. Lily's eyes widened. This answer was beyond her expectations. I wanted to wait for you to make your own decisions and decide your future, but unfortunately time is running out. Not only the Iron Heel of Prussia, but also some devils who want Frank to turn into a land of blood. You must make a decision tonight, Marcia whispered softly. Lily's breathing quickened, and she felt that this charming face was extremely desirable, and as a woman, she couldn't help but want to take it as her own. Malsha did not use magic to seduce Lily. The other party appeared here and had already made a decision. Lily raised her hand tremblingly, pursed her red lips around the cigarette, and took a slow puff. I know I have no talent, you are deceiving me, but I really want power. I want to save my country, and for this, I am willing to make a deal with the devil. You will succeed. Marcia raised her hand and put it on Lily's shoulder, and took her away from the spot. On the other side, St. Sulpice Church. Archbishop Dio knelt devoutly in front of the cross, confessing that he had fallen to the devil and became the devil's claws. In a corner of the church hall, 2 men and 1 woman, 3 figures stood. Their looks are top-notch in the world, all at the ceiling level. In the world, their names are Pedro, Dilda, and Cecilis. In heaven, the real names of the reincarnated angels are Ur, Fred, and Olga. They are looking for the Son of God to come to the world, and they do a few tasks to drive away the devil. It involves the gate of hell, which is of great importance, so I have to come. Fred and Olga are only angels. Although they are high-ranking angels, they are at the bottom of the upper ranks and barely touch the door of the management level. Ur is different. He is a seraph and one of the 4 archangels. He represents the earth among the 4 elements and generosity among the 7 virtues. He leads an angel army and his status in heaven is second only to the Father and the Deputy Lord Michael. Ur is at the same level as Heshino. Because he and Michael wear the same pants, he has a bad relationship with Heshino. The reason is probably jealousy. Heshino is located on the left of the throne. Because many angels cannot bear the words of the Father, she is responsible for conveying the voice of the Father. She may not be the most powerful in heaven, but she is undoubtedly the most favored angel by the Father. In comparison, the most powerful Michael is the second in command of heaven. The remaining 2 archangels Ur and Latter are in a slightly awkward position. Latter is better. He is responsible for keeping the prophecy of the Father's oracle. He translated the oracle of the coming of the Son of God. Ur is more miserable. He has nothing to do with favor, status, and prophecy. In case the 3 most powerful cherubim take his place, he has to condescend to do the work of a younger brother to Michael. Workplace, not shabby. Archangel Ur, Frey is gone, said the tall Cersei/Olga. Frey is Hea. The reincarnated angel awakens her memory. In private, she will not call the other person by the name of the human world. Like Hea, Olga's reincarnation is also a luxury car. She has thick and shiny blonde hair, which is naturally curly and forms smooth waves. She is wrapped in a white robe and has an enviable good figure. She has a quiet temperament, which is the opposite of the hot-tempered Hea. Of course, another reason is not ruled out. Hea has a very good figure, which makes people can't help but think of her in a vulgar way. Olga has a perfect figure, quiet and elegant, and exudes a restrained charm of wisdom. Olga was a subordinate of Mikhail. After confirming Ur's identity, he served under him. On the other side, Dilda/Fred came from Ur's Angel Legion and returned to the team directly after awakening. In addition, Wayne's information was also passed on to Ur by Fred. Hea never mentioned Wayne's real name in front of Fred, but Ur knew it in his heart. Mikhail saw the arrival of Hexunyo. Ur thought about it and understood that Hea went to find his leader. Don't worry about her. Keeping her will only leak information. It's much more convenient without her. Hexunyo is also in Paris. He was reincarnated as a man. His personality has also changed dramatically. I am looking forward to meeting him and seeing what he has learned in the world. Ur leaned against the wall with his arms around his shoulders. His handsome face made people feel ashamed. Except for the thick-skinned, no man dared to compare with him. Archangel, Lord Hexunyo's ability is very powerful. He seems to have awakened early and has been unwilling to contact us. I'm afraid there are some hidden secrets. Fred frowned. Are you worried that he has found the Son of God? Yes. X3. The Son of God is the future of heaven and the heir designated by the Father. No matter who finds the Son of God, he will gain an unparalleled status in heaven because of the Son of God. If it is Mikhail, he will continue to retain the second-in-command position of the Deputy Lord. If it is Hexunyo, the position under Mikhail's buttocks will have to be handed over. In the workplace, a new generation replaces the old, and the new leader must use a new face. Your concerns are indeed possible. After all, his personality has changed so much that he has completely changed into a different person. The Hexunyo in Fred's report cannot overlap with the Hexunyo in Ur's cognition. If it is not intentional, it can only be said that Hexunyo's head hit the ground first when he descended, which directly deformed his personality. It is more likely that he did it deliberately, and Hexunyo has been unwilling to contact the main force. It is possible that he found the Son of God in London and hid him secretly. W Omega Omega Diamond Sutkin. When mentioning London, Ur couldn't help but narrow his eyes. A few days ago, Olga brought back the descendants of St. George, that is, the descendants of Mikhail when he came to the world. According to him, Windsor changed its owner, and now Windsor is ruled by the Landau family. Who are the Landau family? Wayne Landau. This is the name Hexunyo was called after he was reincarnated as a human. The truth is in front of us. Hexunyo didn't dare to show his teeth to Mikhail in heaven. After reincarnation, he attacked Mikhail's descendants, took away the glory of the royal family, and drove the prince and princess out of the house. Everything is right. After we solve Paris's demon, we will go directly to London, Ur said. Archangel, in the current situation, Lord Hexunyo is in the dark and we are in the light. We should not have too many conflicts with him, Fred said tactfully. Wayne saved him once. If possible, he hoped that the two archangels would not bring the conflicts in heaven to the human world. Fred, it was Lord Hexunyo who started it first, Olga said lightly. She was born in the angel army led by Mikhail. She couldn't bear to see the leader's bloodline being humiliated in the human world. This place must be taken back. But the princess has given up. She doesn't want to restore the country now, she just wants to go to heaven, Fred insisted in a low voice. There is still a prince without a princess, Olga said with a smile. It was reasonable and well-founded. Fred couldn't refute it and decided to follow the leader's arrangement. London must go, not only to ask for an explanation from the Windsor family, but also for the safety of the Son of God. Ur's expression turned cold, looking at the black clouds swirling on the dome of the cathedral. Such a powerful hell energy, so many demons have descended. Hexunyo wants me to clear the obstacles for him, he has indeed changed. Become bad. Ur's mouth curled up with a sneer. I don't know how many memories he has awakened. If he is not capable enough, it will be too dangerous for the Son of God to be around him. I should protect him. You two get ready and go to see him now. I will follow your orders. Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 470. Church of Nature, Paris Division Headquarters. Office of the High Priest. The High Priest Sang Lan himself stood like a minion, standing alone in the corner and not daring to speak loudly. In this room, she couldn't afford to offend any of the reincarnated angels, saints, knights, knight secretaries, knight dependents, and knight pets. Unbelievable, she thought there would be a silver party in this office, and if she continued to stay without a label, she might be accidentally injured by a stray bullet. After typing, I apologized, but there was no money for soup and medicine, so it was an accidental injury. But I can't leave yet. Wayne said that the Sun Church and the Moonlight Church were under attack. The devil had obsessive-compulsive disorder and could not let go of the natural church. A large wave of attackers was about to come. As the local high priest, she was the first to bear the brunt and was the devil's #1 target. Sang Lan didn't know where Wayne's confidence came from, but her look of "no one knows better than me" didn't seem to be fake. She couldn't wait to escape from this place because she was worried that her life would be in danger and she wouldn't be able to take the first step. In addition, a large wave of devils was not seen, and a large wave was everywhere. Especially the reincarnated angel staring straight in the eyes. It's so obscene. Are you sure it's an angel and not an undercover agent planted by the devil in heaven? Yes, Hea was still glaring at Hexiuno. No matter whether she was asking for trouble or not, there was nothing to say about perseverance and perseverance. In order to teach Hea a lesson, Hexuno Saturday. Sitting without a whip, he stood behind Wayne with a sullen face, like a loyal guard. With eyes as sharp as knives, he scanned the entire scene, exerting tremendous pressure on the Sun Saint Code, who was eager to give in vain. Strictly speaking, Hexuno liked Code's type very much. She was full of energy and spirit, and she would say whatever she wanted without too many bad intentions. Today is different from the past. Wayne has been upgraded from a pervert and a scumbag to a saint, and everything has changed accordingly. Code is no longer a young mistress, her full energy has become full of support, and her cheerful personality has become a scheming bitch showing off her innocence. His motives are impure and his methods are despicable. He must not be allowed to get even half a step closer to the Holy Sun. Code was so frightened that she didn't dare to say anything. She sent a message to Gilun through her mind and asked what to do. There are more wolves and less meat, and people don't want to share, so you just stand there. There are so many, what should you do? You have to give yourself away to be happy, right? Gilun was speechless. I don't want to either, but this is the goddess's oracle. I have to do it even if I can't. In the middle of her words, Kota's voice suddenly became softer. You guys, have you already thought of a way to complete the oracle? Say it quickly and take me with you, otherwise I can't complete the oracle and you can't think of it. Gilun was so choked that he couldn't speak. The oracle was ambiguous. It could be okay or it could be wrong. Why should he be so active? What's wrong with being passive? If she really gave it away, wouldn't she become the first saint in history to lose her purity during her term of office? Such a reputation is unworthy. Having said that, what to do with the oracle of the goddess? Gilun frowned and was lost in thought. He glanced at the quiet Sakra from the corner of his eye and changed the subject. The Saint of Death has always been wearing an eye patch. There must be something wrong with her eyes. I remember that the Death Church has been silent for many years and suddenly threw the saint away. When you come to Paris, you are probably here for the Death Night. Be careful, this bitch is not a good person, don't be sacrificed by her. You mean, she also received the same oracle? Don't be stupid. Wayne is not a death knight. How can a saint from the Church of Death be an oracle? Gilun said angrily. Code is outspoken and says things that don't make sense all day long. It's already outrageous to have 3 gods co-selected and goddesses vying to win over each other, plus death. Why not say that darkness is also coming? How could you say such outrageous things? In the entire office, except for Givenchy who was thinking about the owner and Isabella who was thinking about meal tickets, everyone else's thoughts never stopped. Although you are loyal enough, you are indeed lacking in strength. The advantage of void life, it's my fault for not giving you power. Wayne looked at Givenchy, who was standing respectfully in front of him, and waved to remove the restrictions on her, allowing her to unlock several new skills. Such as pollution, swallowing, foam regeneration, etc. Wayne doesn't have many relatives on the surface. The ones with the greatest authority are Senna and Anastasia. They can do almost everything Wayne can do. Among them are development dependents. On the basis of pollution, the polluted life becomes one's dependence. Anastasia doesn't mess around, Senna. Hard to say. She knew that Wayne didn't like crazy bitches, but well, Wayne liked bad women. This was a rare attribute, and no one else could be bad except her. Givenchy's status in Wayne's mind is not as good as that of Senna and Anastasia. It has not unlocked the skills to develop dependence. It is still in the probation period. When the internship is over and the performance is excellent, it will enter the second round of internship. After all, they are cows and horses. If Wayne doesn't exploit them, they are still humans. You also have poor confidentiality skills. If someone fools you, you will be able to do anything. Wayne patted his head and thought of a way. If you encounter a charismatic enemy in the future who uses mental magic to control you, don't say my name directly, just say that your master is the Lord of the Void. I decided on my code name just by patting my head. Marshall, the Lord of the Void, was one of the earliest investors. To Wayne now, Marshall is not worth mentioning, with limited investment and mediocre strength. But for Wayne, who was just starting out at that time, Marshall's performance was remarkable and he was an excellent early boss. Marshall pursued investment and even risked his life in it. If Wayne didn't use his name, he was still a human being. It's you, Lord of the Void, Wayne. After teaching Givenchy a lesson, Wayne raised his hand and patted his butt. He didn't pat it. He looked at his side with a frown, smiled secretly, and said unhappily, Mona, why are you standing so far away? Stand 2 steps forward. Hizayunyo's face was tense, and her expression was extremely struggling. She was ignorant before and offended the pure body of the Son of God. Now she knowingly committed the crime, which was aggravated. She didn't want to do it and didn't want to do it. Hizayunyo didn't point out the matter of the Son of God. She knew Wayne. Once she said it, the other party's tail would be up to the sky. She also hoped to train, to guide the Son of God to reform and become an upright saint. The truth cannot be revealed in advance. When you are training the abyss is also training you. Some time ago, Hizayunyo gave up on himself. After several active experiences, that thing was just like eating and drinking water. Look at it lightly, love it. With the sudden change of status, Wayne tasted the happiness of the Dean of Education again. It must be admitted that the Dean of Education is not a human being, but she is really happy. A leader who does not know how to play with his subordinates, here, the goddess of death, is quiet and does not provoke anyone. As a result, he is currently opening the coffin again and again to exercise his abdominal muscles, waiting for the Death Knight to come to the rescue. It is not that Wayne is making excuses for the Dean of Education, but the fact is that leaders cannot let their subordinates idle. When cattle and horses are idle, they have time to think, and when they think, the times will progress. Fast forward to turning over and singing, and being the master yourself. Wayne does not mind Hexunyo turning over and singing, and he raises 8 tentacles to agree. He only knows that the cautious archangel is also interesting. If he interacts at this time. Wayne's eyes light up. After 2 days of recuperation, it is time to enter the sage time to reflect. Mona, I understand. I'll go with you to the inner room and listen to your work report. Hizayunyo was horrified. Boss, I don't have any work to report, and neither do you. Health is important. I suggest that you keep your spirits up to fight the devil. Heya was also furious. She drew out the holy spear of heaven to guard the door of the inner room. With her here today, no one can blaspheme the purity of the archangel. The small office was as lively as a cross stalk. It's hard to say whether other people are happy, but Wayne was amused. Hey, you're here so soon. Wayne stood up, took 2 steps forward to the French window, looked at the extra black figures on the plane, and said, Heya, go get close to your colleagues, remember to leave one alive, I want to torture them for information. Heya frowned and looked out the window. Mr. Wayne, they are the minions of the devil, who were influenced by the 7 deadly sins and turned into succubi, not my colleagues. Succubus over there, you are a walking lust, nothing wrong with you. Except Heya, the few people who came to the window thought it made sense. Forgive them for being straightforward. Compared with the sexy Heya, the succubi outside were ordinary and suddenly became good girls from decent families. What are you still standing there for? Go. Wayne saw the opportunity and patted his butt. Hexunyo took 2 steps back with a red face, his eyes turned into a fan-shaped diagram, 3 parts of grief and anger, 3 parts of helplessness, 4 parts of secret joy, and 90 parts of self-blame. It was her fault. She neglected to take precautions and gave the Son of God an opportunity. Mr. Wayne, I can't leave. Heya glared at Hexunyo, gritted her silver teeth, and uttered disdain from her teeth. Since she entered this door, she has been pretending to be a decent woman to seduce you. Everyone nodded secretly, and they thought so too. If I remember correctly, the secretary used to rely on the whip directly before, and now she is pretending to be innocent with a stand, clearly playing a dirty tune. Shameless. Gilun sneered, and Kota said directly, this angel lady is right, I think so too. You bunch of stinky women, are you all blind? Hizayunyo was almost angry to death. Her every word and action was to protect the purity of the Son of God. How could it become seduction? Oh, it seems that there is a little bit. Hizayunyo has long been impure, knowing that what you can't get is the best. Judging from her performance just now, it seems to be a show of interest to outsiders. It's over, the Son of God probably thinks so too. Hizayunyo's face fell, and he sighed that it was too difficult. Heya, the devil is coming, why don't you hurry up? Wayne urged. Boss, I'll help the angel and fight the devil together. Hizayunyo was quick-witted. Without waiting for Wayne to speak, he waved the holy flame to melt the glass in front of him, and a holy sword in his hand turned into a white light and arrived in front of several attackers. The attacker was dressed in cool clothes, with a breeze from the alleys of hell. There was nothing special about her except her characteristics. Hizayunyo was furious when he saw this, secretly saying that she was despicable. He raised his sword and swung it without mercy, wanting to kill the succubus as quickly as possible, so as not to taint the eyes of the Son of God. Boom! Behind him, the mighty golden light was approaching. Hizayunyo knew without looking back that the attacker was Heya, and the target of the attack was not only the succubus, but also her. Your obscene body is also a sin. Hizayunyo complained in his heart that compared with Heya, several succubus were simply not threatening at all. Instead of leaving them next to the Son of God and making him laugh, she might as well send this old subordinate back to heaven with her own hands. Clang! Hizayunyo was full of arrogance, and he waved his hand to spread a large piece of holy flame, burning a succubus in front of him to ashes, and turned around to block the incoming holy spear of heaven with the holy sword of holy light. The four looked at each other, and there was murderous intent in their eyes. "You filthy bastard, stay away from him." X2. One of them is to protect the archangel, and the other is to protect the Son of God. They are fighting against each other, and both want to make the other disappear in the name of exorcism. This made Ur, who had just entered the door, stunned. How can it unfold so that Frey can kill Hexunio, and Hexunio will be merciless to Frey? What did he miss? Could it be that the devil is instigating discord? Behind Ur, Fred and Olga were also stunned, especially Fred, with a string of question marks floating on his forehead. "Archangel, how come there is another reincarnated angel? Why is she fighting with Frey? What nonsense are you talking about? There are only 7 reincarnated angels, and she is Hexunio," Ur said firmly. "No, it can't be. Where does Frey have the courage to swing the sword at Hexunio, and she has always been loyal?" Olga asked, puzzled. "Good question, I don't understand this question either." Wu-Er could not explain, and frowned, and said, "If the information is correct, it should be a trick of the devil. After all, it is the devil, and there are always some lies that are indistinguishable from the real thing. Archangel, she is not Lord Hexunio, but Mr. Wayne." Fred pointed to the distance, and the black-haired man standing in front of the French window of the high priest's office was Hexunio, one of the 4 archangels. Ur frowned and saw Wayne, who had no team spirit and was obviously of the same gender among the 2 women. "Nonsense, he is not Hexunio, but he has Hexunio's divine power in his body. It should be Shiu given to Hexunio by the Pope." Speaking of this, a drop of cold sweat flowed from Wu-Er's forehead. The papal state has always had an unregulated tradition, which is a panacea for salvation within the papal state and a deadly poison in the eyes of angels. That is, giving a follower of the opposite sex to the reincarnated angel and trying every means to tie up the hostage. Before Ur awakened, there was also a nun by his side. Before awakening, he was not interested in women. After awakening, he had no worldly desires and did not let the obscene plan of the church succeed. Among the other reincarnated angels, Archibald, who had not yet awakened, seemed to be followed by a little nun. It seemed that they had probably communicated with each other. For example, Fred, Olga, and Frey were all monks/women with devout faith before reincarnation, and they kept a distance from the opposite sex around them. What, Kerr? This is more difficult. The Pope had not arranged anyone yet, but he spoke up himself. After listening to his aesthetics, the Pope was silent and said that he would try every means to satisfy this angel who did not go along with the secular world. Kerr was too unreliable. The reincarnated angels who awakened their memories kept a distance from him, and Archibald who had not awakened his memories also avoided him, for fear that people would misunderstand that they knew each other. The success rate of the Pope's plan is not high. Ur doesn't think Hexunio will be tricked, but Wayne has too much angelic power in his body, especially the tip of his tongue. Without thousands of times of careful carving, such a perfect stigmata cannot be cultivated. Perfect enough to be mistaken for the real thing. Ordinary angels can't tell them apart. Ur, who is also an archangel, saw through it at a glance. Wayne is definitely not Hexunio, but was marked with stigmata by Hexunio. As for the method of marking the stigmata, Ur was panicking. "You are the purity of the 7 virtues, representing the purity of all angels. Don't tell me, don't. Ur took a deep breath and looked at Hexunio fiercely, with golden light in his eyes. Silence for a while. "Close your eyes, open them again, and look over again fiercely." "No. I can't stand it. My head hurts." As a political enemy, Ur didn't like Hexunio because it was politically correct, but in front of the joke in heaven, the angels had no factions. Hexunio's purity was the purity of all angels, not just him, but Michael would also protect Hexunio's purity. Ur saw clearly that he was no longer pure. When he thought of this news spreading to hell and the 7 demon kings being laughed to death, Ur's face turned pale and he was so angry that he trembled all over. Damn Pope! Ur wanted to return to the Papal States immediately to kill the Pope. It didn't matter if other angels left descendants in the world. After all, they didn't have the label of purity, which Hexunyo could never do. Hexunyo lost his purity, which was equivalent to one of the 7 virtues disappearing. The absurdity was no less than the Lord of Lust giving up lust and turning the 7 deadly sins into 6 deadly sins. Ur's eyes were spinning and he felt bad. At the same time, Hexunyo also discovered Ur's arrival. He never expected to see him here. He put away the holy light greatsword and sent a message to Wayne. The second archangel who came to the world has arrived. Heya also saw 3 figures in the distance. Seeing that Xiao Baiji had put away her weapons and stopped fighting, she did not take the opportunity to shout and kill. She waved her hand to kill the last succubus and stood beside the secretary of Mona with a serious face. In any case, in front of outsiders, she and Xiao Baiji are all family members. Don't move here, I'll go down and take a look. Wayne ordered, and spread his white wings behind him, slowly floated, and landed in front of Hexunyo and Heya. Hexunyo was still transmitting the sound, speaking very quickly, guessing that Ur suddenly came, and should be followed by a few succubus. As an archangel, her tricks could not deceive the other party. It is possible and very likely that the loss of purity has been exposed. As he said, there was a pleasant cry. Wayne was secretly happy, and was very proud that he had taken away the purity of the archangel, which was something that the 7 demon kings could not do. Release hell, with such merits, he deserves to be in the temple. Don't panic, everything can be saved. As long as you bite the bullet and refuse to admit it, I am Archangel Heshino, and I will bear your shame. Wayne comforted him through a message. Shameless. Shameless. Don't you know who made me become like this? In front of colleagues at the same level, Hexuno experienced a social death and was completely off guard. He cursed Wayne through his mind. Seeing that he was so smug and even enjoying himself, he felt so angry that he wanted to cut him in half with a sword. Before I could practice it, I suddenly remembered that this person in front of me was the Holy Sun. If she was gone, nothing would happen to the Holy Sun. For a time, there was constant mourning. Wayne almost died laughing, and asked Hexuno to stop turning off the mic and connect the team's voice. Whether Archangel Hexuno is pure or not today depends on the cooperation of the two. But you are not pure either. Hexuno lamented in his heart, come here angel, things in this business are all about a snap, she and Wayne can't complete it without either of them, there is no point in continuing to hold on. Try it, I'm very good at playing a devil, and it's no problem playing an angel, Wayne said confidently. The devil is clearly playing you. Hexuno complained in his heart, because the idea was so disrespectful, he insulted the Son and the Heavenly Father, and launched a mass mockery on the entire heaven, so he did not dare to speak out. Here, Wayne has spoken. Ur, you're here, why don't you come over and meet me? What are you doing standing there? X3. Olga and Fred looked at Ur in confusion. Judging from the tone, this was Heshino. So, is it true or not? The 2 angels were a little confused and didn't understand what happened. Ur's eyes twitched, and he walked forward with heavy steps and the mentality of visiting a grave. You are Wayne, right? I heard Fred mention you. In Prussia, you drove away the 2 demon kings of rage and gluttony. Smashed the evil conspiracy of hell. Wu Er spoke in an official tone, emphasizing his achievements, expressing his attitude, appreciating him, and restating his principles, but he did not get to the point. Ahem. Wayne clenched his fist and coughed twice. Ur, there are no outsiders here, they are all reincarnated angels. Forget about the human names, just call me Heshino. Ur. Sorry, you are not Hexuno. Wuer's expression was ugly, and he pointed at the little transparent person next to Wayne, who lowered his head and said nothing. You are the seraph Hexuno I met in heaven. Tell me, what happened? Ha! A string of question marks floated across Hea's forehead, and she said bluntly, Archangel Ur, have you admitted it wrong? Mr. Wayne is the Archangel, and she is just a nun who signed the Golden Rule. Shut up, you have no business talking here. Ur's entire face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Hexuno, no wonder your personality in Fred's mouth has changed drastically. You who were supposed to be a woman have also been reincarnated as a man. I thought too much at first, but now I see. Come on, I still want to stop thinking about it. Speaking of this, there was a bit of sarcasm in his words. You are a heinous person, and the kingdom of heaven will be put to shame because of you. Hea blinked. What's going on? What happened? Is Ziobe, Secretary Mona, the real Archangel? Impossible, absolutely not. The Archangel in her mind was pure and innocent, and would never turn into a shameless, coquettish, dirty thing. Hea thought about the scene of Xiao Baichi riding on Wayne's body and having an incestuous kiss, and for a moment she thought it was true. It couldn't be wrong, it was absolutely impossible. Thinking about it, the golden light bloomed in his eyes, and he glanced sideways at the secretary. Covered in filth, these are not puffs, but cereal in milk, all covered in batter. Bah, obscene. Seeing that Hexuno didn't say anything and pretended to be invisible with his head lowered, Ur suddenly appeared a little more arrogant. Regardless of the fact that he laughed to death the seven devils, Hexuno's current crimes are extremely heinous, and he might be able to control the other party. Hexuno, answer me directly, if you still have a little bit of honor and shame, you shouldn't avoid committing the crime you committed. Sin. You have the wrong person. My name is Mona, not Archangel Hexuno. Hexuno said expressionlessly. Hexuno, you have fallen.